The phone call was from Xia Xiu. From her tone, it was an urgent matter. Although he hadn't spoken yet, Jiang Chen had already felt the seriousness of the matter. The vessel responsible for shipping the desalination platform was intercepted by pirates when it entered the Arabian Sea. 15 high-tech freshwater employees and 35 crew members are taken hostage. We have already contacted the Saudi side, but the vessel has been hijacked. The ship has left the Arabian Sea and lost its signal in the waters west of Somalia. The high-tech freshwater cargo vessel was hijacked. When Jiang Chen heard the news, he stood up immediately. Send me the coordinates of the missing vessel. Wait one moment. The phone was hung up. After waiting for half a minute, Xia Xiu sent the signal of the lost vessel to Jiang Chen. Confirmed the coordinates of the missing vessel, Jiang Chen immediately contacted Ivan. High-tech freshwater vessel and the desalination platform have been hijacked by militants, and the coordinates of the site where the ship finally disappeared have been uploaded to the command server. Dispatch search and rescue vessels immediately to the target area and rescue the hostages. Yes, sir. After the order, Jiang Chen also started to move. Aisha saw Jiang Chen change and was about to walk downstairs. She came over. Do you want to leave? Yes, he tossed his pajamas aside and changed into a shirt. Our vessel was hijacked in the Arabian Sea. I have to go to New Moon Island immediately. Aisha, can you drive? I'm going to change now. Aisha disappeared at the stairs. Jiang Chen went directly to the garage. Aisha, who changed, was already in the Lamborghini and had started the car. After Jiang Chen pulled up the door and sat inside, the car darted out. On the way, he called Natasha and asked her to come back later at night. When he hung up, Jiang Chen looked at the scenery fading through the window and his eyebrows gradually twisted together. High-tech freshwater being hijacked by pirates was a serious problem. It was impossible not to worry with more than 50 hostages on board and the desalination platform being in the hands of the pirates. Jiang Chen did not expect this to happen. High-tech freshwater vessel stationed overseas was guarded by 4 celestial trade bodyguards. Although not equipped with drones and heavy weapons, there should be no problem against typical pirates. However, only now when the ship has disappeared from the map did Future Group finally realize there was a problem. There must be something odd among all this. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of something. Turn around. Aisha did not hesitate and immediately turned the steering wheel. Where are we going? The southern port of Koro Island. We are not going to New Moon Island, we are going to Coconut Island. In the Indian Ocean, a cargo vessel hijacked by pirates was sailing in the direction of Madagascar. Several pirates, dressed in black and with AK-47 in their hands, stood on the bow and watched the high-tech freshwater crew. Under the escort of a pirate holding a rifle, they boarded the ship from the platform. The staff, who was pointed at with the muzzle, had a pale expression while being shoved into the cabin. These pirates were quite familiar with the high-tech freshwater vessel. Not only did they know how to control the ship, but they also know that desalination platforms have locators. The pirate pointed at him with a gun, forcing him to close the locators. The captain's room of the vessel was controlled and the locators of the offshore platform were turned off. The entire ship disappeared from the map of Future Group. Even if Saudi Arabia's navy came to the rescue, no one would be able to find them. In the hallway where he passed, he could still see traces of blood after some simple scrubbing. The traces of blood belonged to the fighters who battled against the pirates. Their throat was cut and they were tossed into the sea. They did not die from the enemy's muzzle, but they died because of their own mutiny. The crew on the ship had enemies on board. When the 4 celestial trade soldiers and the nearby pirate ship exchanged fire, more than 10 pirate informants took the crew members on board as hostages and then attacked the 4 soldiers from behind with kitchen knives. Standing in the cabin, Zaid, the bearded pirate's head, scowled and looked at those huddled in the corner. They watched them tremble under the intimidation of their muzzle and laughed with the corners of their mouth turning up. Baggery, don't scare them. Keep these little children and we can earn some more ransom. Ha! Compared to the big business behind our ship, how much can these soft eggs earn? Why don't we cut a few up? I haven't seen sharks eat for a long time. Baggery laughed ruthlessly. He deliberately used English and made the hostages even more frightened. Mosquito meat is still meat, Zaid grinned. Orders placed by mysterious buyers on Madagascar Island offered a high price of $500 million for high-tech freshwater desalination platform. Since the beginning of the year, they stopped all plans to hijack merchant ships and devoted themselves to planning and executing the robbery against Future Group. A hostage would at most earn a ransom of $1 million, 30 hostages would be $30 million. Compared to the $500 million income, the ransom income was just a meager amount. What's more, exchanging hostages also included the risk of being gunned down. Really, if it were not for the fear of angering Future Group, Zaid would have ordered to feed the hostages to the fishes. Sob sob, she was frightened. What are you crying for? Huh, lift your face for me, Baggery smiled brutally, stepped forward, and brushed the blonde's bangs away with a gun. When he saw the lovely face in tears, he whistled. Damn, boss. This girl is fine. You see, I haven't, go solve your issue and come back quickly. Zaid waved his hand impatiently. Baggery was the best shooter and the most loyal subordinate he had. The only drawback was that he was too lustful. But now that the ship has left the Arabian Sea, even if the Saudi Navy acquired their position, they wouldn't be able to catch up. What's more, they were darting around in international waters. Anyway, since they were close to finishing the task, he didn't bother to restrict his subordinates. After all, as Baggery said, they had been too tense for too long. Cheerful whistles sounded in the cabin. Several people shouted, "The wise leader," and then moved closer to the hostages with a lustful smile while searching for the female creatures they were pleased with. Baggery go first, and the others wait in line. This is a sale of $500 million. If we finish the deal, we could live the rest of our lives in lavishness. Whoever messes this up, I will personally crack his skull. Although some of the pirates were eager to vent their lower body desire, the leader had spoken, so they had to suppress their evil desires. Please, leave me alone, sob. The blonde desperately pleaded and her resistance annoyed Baggery. The man slammed the stock of the gun straight on the blonde's head and knocked her out. Greedy green eyes glanced over the beautiful figure, he molested her body with a grin. With disregard to her state, he dragged her on the collar and out the door. It was no longer necessary to say what cruelty she will face next. The hostages kneeling in the corner watched their colleague, who has been living with them, get taken out the door. However, they helplessly put their hands on their heads. They had to endure the self-blame and humiliation. Several female employees' legs trembled uncontrollably and they constantly tried to move behind their male colleagues because they had already noticed, several other pirates in the room were looking at them maliciously. Even though they knew, this attempt for a little security could not bring them any safety at all. Little bit *H, raise your *S. Right, just like that your little SL*T, Baggery hymned his hometown tone and tossed the unconscious blonde against the railing of the ship. He leaned the rifle aside, took off his belt and used it to tie up her hands. The swing knocked her out completely. He was extremely rough, yet the blonde in work uniform still didn't wake up. Her jeans were already ripped, revealing her skin. At least the size of 36DS were wrapped up in a shirt, which became distorted being pressed against the railing. Her golden hair was stuck to her forehead due to blood, and her graceful face twisted with agony. Ulrika was from Eastern Europe. She has a beautiful name. She had thought that she could finally be free from the cruelty of the world after fleeing her hometown. She did not expect to encounter another horrifying hell in what she thought to be a risk-free trip to the sea. In dizziness, she felt the restraint around her wrist and slowly opened her eyelashes. At this moment, Ulrika suddenly discovered in horror that the man behind him had taken off his pants and was separating her legs. "Don't!" In despair, she screamed and tried to break away from him. However, she was no match against his force. Her resistance didn't deter his action but ignited the desire of the beast behind her. "If you don't want to be beaten, you'll be obedient with Daddy. Hey, just relax and don't move. I'll make you feel great right away. I beg you, don't do this. I will pay the ransom." Her plea only received scorns from Baggery. "Ransom? Ha! When I make you feel," the broken English came to an abrupt stop, and Ulrika suddenly felt the force behind her had disappeared. Suddenly, a thick, hot liquid sprayed all over her neck. She froze and rigidly looked down. Instantly, Ulrika's pupils contracted. Blood! Blood had soaked her collar. Just as she was about to scream, someone covered her mouth from behind. She was about to lose her sanity when the man behind her whispered warnings into her ear. "Well, girl, I know you are going to scream, but if you don't want to kill everyone on board, I advise you not to do that." The voice was magnetic and her ear felt itchy. Knowing that the man behind her came to save her, Ulrika calmed down from her frightened state and slowly nodded. "Very good. You've calmed down." Jiang Chen slowly released the hand holding her mouth, and then let go of her body. He pulled out a dagger and quietly cut off the belt that was around the beauty's wrist. Then he reached out and pressed the button beside his ear. "Aisha, how is your side?" "Clear." Aisha's answer was crisp but also tainted with a taste of blood. "Very good. Move above the hostages first, I'll be right there." After that, Jiang Chen ended the communication. "Okay." A crisp gun loading sound came from the other side of the headset. Aisha ended the communication and began to move downstairs. Next to the lifeboat at the stern, a man fell to the floor. A deep and bloody scar surrounded his neck, and his eyes were wide open, filled with incredible terror and disbelief. Moving her sight away from the dead man, Ulrika looked at Jiang Chen, who was covered in a lacquered black combat suit. You are. If I were you, I would put my pants on before speaking." Jiang Chen raised the rifle and mocked. Ulrika's face turned red and she quickly pulled down the bottom of her shirt to cover herself. Then she slowly bent down and carefully pulled up her pants. While she was putting on pants, Jiang Chen had already released the hummingbird drone from the drone backpack and threw it out of the ship. Then he put his body on the wall around the corner, and his finger flicked open the safety next to the rifle trigger. The drone that was thrown out of the ship wobbled and adjusted its direction. Immediately before it touched the sea, it darted away and flew toward the center deck of the ship. "Stay here and don't move," Jiang Chen warned her, then began to move along the wall. "What are you going to do?" Ulrika asked anxiously. "Of course I'm going to save the other people." "Wait, they have more than 30 people, and you're alone." Jiang Chen ignored her and lowered his body, bypassing the iron staircase and moved behind a small container. Only one vessel in the entire world could catch up to the hijacked ship in such a short period of time. It was Jiang Chen's droplet. In order to bring both the people and equipment back, he had to personally make a trip. With the ridiculous cruising speed and life signal detection device, after arriving at the missing coordinates, Jiang Chen easily locked in the position of the vessel and pursued at maximum speed. It was not dark yet, and it had only been a few hours since the ship lost its connection. After closing in on the vessel, the two acted separately. Aisha went to the captain's room, and Jiang Chen went directly to the deck. The optical illusion module could be mounted on the new K2 kinetic skeleton. The two on the ship were like invisible ghosts as they approached the bloodthirsty pirates. The last time he rescued hostages was 3 years ago. Through the screen on his arm, Jiang Chen operated the hummingbird drone around the pirates on the deck and then locked in on the targets. His fingers rubbed down on the trigger. He took a deep breath and prepared himself mentally. He tapped down on the button to confirm the attack. Then, at the same time, dashed out from behind and pressed his trigger at the red dots in his field of view. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The gunfire suppressed by the silencer instantly created blood splashes on the pirates. Other than the sound of the sea, only some abrupt and weak metal colliding sounds could be heard on the deck. It didn't attract anyone's attention. Jiang Chen glanced at the map on his right arm. The 6 red spots that had been marked were instantly extinguished. There were 4 people left on the deck, situated mainly on the bow. In addition to the places where the hostages were held, the 15 pirates in the cabin had already died in Aisha's hands. Next is the hostage room. Muttering to himself, Jiang Chen also switched on a new clip. Aisha, how is your side? The silent device has been placed. So has the C4. Great, I'll be there immediately. Glancing at the remaining 4 targets on the deck and with a sneer on his face, Jiang Chen marked the scattered targets one by one on the drone and then moved to the cabin holding the hostages. Where are you now? We are in international waters, around 100 nautical miles from Madagascar. We'll arrive in 6 hours by the latest. You can rest assured, we got rid of the Saudi Navy and the locators on the desalination platform have also been turned off. Nobody can find us now. Zaid chuckled while trying to flatter the person on the line. That may not be the case, the person at the other end of the phone smiled, and said in a hoarse voice. You should be careful. You know, if this deal fails, it's not as simple as a failed deal. Zaid held his breath. He quietly swallowed and whispered. I know. As long as you know. The phone was hung up. Zaid spat on the ground and bolted the gun after the stuffed the phone back in his pocket, scaring the hostages in the cabin. Mother few asterisk curs, pay attention now, where is Baggery, that bastard? Looking at the leader's explosive temperament, the 4 gunmen standing next to the hostages looked at each other and exchanged conversations in their African dialect. What happened to the boss? I don't know, maybe he didn't alleviate himself for too long. If the boss heard that, he would rip your head off. What are you chatting about? Zaid heard some whispers and shouted. His fierce eyes stared at his subordinates and they quickly closed their mouth while shaking their head. No, nothing. Zaid cursed at them a few times before he anxiously glanced at the clock on the wall. He felt very flustered at the moment, as if something bad was about to happen. He shook his head and drove the strange feeling out of his head. At that moment, he heard a rush of static noise. The air in the cabin was oddly still because of the special force field. All sound disappeared, as if they were erased. Silencing device. Only 10 credits in the 6th Street weapons store. What sound? However, Zaid had no time to think about this carefully. The ceiling exploded and the smoke filled the entire cabin instantly. He hadn't responded to what was going on before a heavy blow to the back of his head severed off his 5 senses. Almost at the same time, the door of the cabin was kicked open, a drone and a gun, led by orange-red sparks gunned in. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Jiang Chen clasped the trigger fiercely and the muzzle swept over the standing pirates. The bullets bounced in the cabin and everything ended quickly. The whole set of actions took place within 1 second. With the speed of Jiang Chen and Aisha, the pirates with physical traits slightly better than ordinary people had no fighting chance. Aisha, go and open the window. Okay. Aisha ended the optical illusion and retrieved the rifle behind her. She then opened the window. The sea breeze poured in and soon the smoke in the room dispersed. Looking at the corpses on the ground, several hostages with weak mental states had begun to vomit. Fortunately, the pirates did not give them breakfast and lunch, and nothing could come out even if they wanted it to. Looking at the 2 people in the cabin, the captain and the hostages worked up the courage and asked. Are you from Celestial Trade? Jiang Chen examined him, grinned, and removed the mask on his face. You're not wrong, but you should call me President. The cabin was silent. Everyone, including the captain, opened their mouths and their eyes popped out. President Jiang Chen. Wait. Why did Jiang Chen come to save us? This feeling was like the Americans seeing the US soldiers they prayed to the stars and moon for after they had been captured by the Taliban, to finally having the Special Forces captain who led the rescue team pull off his mask and reveal himself as Obama. It was so unexpected. No, it was so incredible. Because what they learned was so shocking, the hostages forgot to celebrate through the tragedy. Jiang Chen ignored the hostages in complete bewilderment, glanced at the wounds on them and found that there were no serious injuries and ordered the captain. Can you still move? I can. The bearded captain quickly nodded. Bring your first officer to the control room, keep the current course, and continue to move toward Madagascar. What? The captain thought he misheard. Continue to move in the direction of Madagascar. Do I still need to repeat myself? Jiang Chen repeated patiently. Yes, but, okay. The captain nodded in a compromise. Although he did not know Jiang Chen's reasons for doing so, he chose to trust his own president. Remember not to turn on the GPS and continue to remain in the lost communication state. Get the high-tech freshwater employees that can still move to turn on the locators on the offshore platform. Also, do you guys know where the 4 celestial trade soldiers are held? Jiang Chen looked around at the hostages in the corner and found no one resembled a soldier. When he heard Jiang Chen's question, a crew member said in a quiet voice. They have been executed. The temperature in the cabin suddenly dropped. Aisha, who was tying Zaid, raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen's back. She could obviously feel that his mood was terrible. With a gloomy expression, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, turned and walked out the door. Take Zaid and follow me to the warehouse under the deck. Yes. Aisha nodded and followed, carrying Zaid who was tied up like a zongzi. The people who stayed in the cabin looked at each other and did not know what to do at this time. The captain stood up and told the injured and women to return to their room first to rest. The rest of them went to clean up the blood on the vessel. The first officer and second officer followed him to the captain's room. While descending down the stairs, Jiang Chen pressed on his microphone and got in touch with the command center on New Moon Island. The coordinates have been sent. Ivan, how is your preparation? The Sea Lions Special Forces have set off with the frigate. Boss, don't do this next time, it's too unthoughtful. Ivan said with a wry smile. To put it bluntly, Ivan would rather the entire ship be slaughtered by pirates than agreeing to Jiang Chen taking just a special agent to conduct a rescue mission. It was just one ship, but even if there were 10 more ships, they would not be as important as Jiang Chen. If it were not for the fact that Jiang Chen had already taken off, he would not agree with his plan. This is a special circumstance, Jiang Chen replied. In addition, tell the Sea Lions to move fast. The war is not over yet. Hijacked a cargo carrying European industrial machine tools. Attacked an embassy in Djibouti. Launched a terrorist attack in Yemen, and exerted pressure on the local government. Employers generally hire us for the dirty work inconvenient for them to do. The reward is handsome, the intelligence is guaranteed, and the risk of the mission is usually very low. In a dark room with only a single beam of light, Zaid's hands were tied behind the chair. His head was dangling back, his eyes were fixed on the dark floor while drool leaked from his mouth. The appearance indicated he was injected with the truth-telling serum. With his crimes, it was taking it easy on him to use the truth-telling serum. However, Jiang Chen did not intend to waste time on these minuscule details, and he still needed this guy, so he used the most effective method. Who is your employer? Jiang Chen asked in a cold tone. Employers do not reveal their identity. This is an industry practice. Who is responsible for contacting you? Aero Military. Mayotte Island in the west of Madagascar, the necessary intelligence was gathered. Jiang Chen turned off the recording pen on the side of the table and then gestured for Aisha. Aisha understood, grabbed a bucket and splashed water on the pirate's head. A puddle of cold water was poured over his face. Zaid coughed violently and then woke up. The dim light made him unable to see who was sitting across from him. He could only see a black rifle leaning against his side. You don't need to know who I am. Let's do a deal. What deal? Take my people to the location. If the deal works, I can let you live, Jiang Chen said without hesitation. You're crazy, do you know who they are? Aero Military, although only a private military contractor, can smash the 22,000 regular troops of Madagascar. Zaid's eyes quivered in uneasiness as his beard shook constantly. We will die, before you refuse, I should make it clear. Jiang Chen put up a finger and smiled. If you don't cooperate, you will die now. Sweat drops dripped from Zaid's forehead. He was clearly conflicted. Then he lowered his voice. Why should I trust you? Just because you are only an ant to me. Jiang Chen said apathetically. Just an ant. Zaid's mouth twitched but it was irrefutable. Cooperate, or die. Make your choice. Instead of trying to persuade him, Jiang Chen whipped out a pistol and loaded the gun. Then he pressed it against his head. The cold metallic feeling made Zaid's heart pump furiously. He didn't want to die. His deposit in Switzerland still had more than $20 million in blood money. This money would be enough for him to flee to any country and start a new life. Even if Aero Military and the forces behind them pursue him, it would be better than dying on the sea. I will cooperate. Jiang Chen smiled and put away the gun. Wise choice. After the cooperation was reached, Zaid was temporarily locked in a dark room and guarded by a drone. Because he needed to confirm contact with Aero, Jiang Chen loosened him and handed the intercom to him. Every word you say will be recorded. If you dare to play any tricks, the drone will automatically shoot you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Looking at Zaid's desperate nod, Jiang Chen closed the cabin door and locked it from the outside. The bloodstains on the ship had been washed away by the rescued hostages. At the request of Jiang Chen, the pirates' clothes and equipment were all pulled off of their bodies. They were thrown into a cabin and locked and sprayed with disinfectant. He had other uses for the bodies. After these things were completed, the high-tech freshwater employees returned to their dorms, and the crews who had no tasks returned to their rooms. Although they didn't ingest anything since that morning. After such a tragic accident, they didn't have the appetite. While passing through the cabin, Ulrika, who was rescued by Jiang Chen, suddenly hugged him and gave a kiss to the hero who saved her. However, when she hinted to see if Jiang Chen could accompany her back to the dorm and stay with her for a while, Jiang Chen declined the beauty's request because he was not in the mood. She was not at the scene at the time and knew nothing about Jiang Chen's identity. If she knew that he was not a special force soldier, but the group's chairman, would she blush at her own thought? After all, foreigners looked at Han as if they looked alike, just like when Han looked at foreigners. Even if he met Gate or Jobs on the street, if no one pointed them out, Jiang Chen would not recognize them either. Returning to Droplet, Jiang Chen set it on auto-cruise mode and followed the cargo vessel. After about 2 hours, the night was already approaching, and the 2 black dots flew from the distance. 2 Black Hawk helicopters flew in tandem and were filled with soldiers of Sea Lion's special forces. In the cheers of the hostages, the soldiers wearing black combat suits dropped to the platform. Garrett hung the rifle behind the kinetic skeleton and walked towards Jiang Chen waiting at the bow. Boss. Due to his identity, Garrett just forced a smile and swallowed the "too reckless" in his stomach. Jiang Chen looked at the equipment on him. Is this the K2 kinetic skeleton? Since the last time they were almost wiped out in Antarctica, the newly organized Sea Lion Special Forces had been equipped with the K2 kinetic skeleton produced by the 6th Street Military Factory. These skeletons could mount more modules, including optical imaging, anti-EMP, and nitrogen shields which were not possible with the K1 model. Yes, said Garrett. Very good, follow me. Jiang Chen nodded and headed to the cabin. The room was originally a cafeteria but it was now changed to a temporary command center. The heavily armed soldiers formed a circle and waited quietly for Jiang Chen's order. Several tables were combined together. Jiang Chen spread a map on the table and then used a marker to draw 2 lines and a circle. 4 soldiers were executed by the pirates. The dark hand behind all of this is Arrow, and we were also attacked by them in Antarctica. Now let's settle everything together. Diplomatic issue aside, blood debt must be paid by blood. You understand what I mean? The soldiers did not speak, but Jiang Chen could feel the high morale. Revenge for their dead comrades. For revenge. The plan is very simple. Team A will be led by me and be disguised as pirates. We'll go to Mayotte port west of Madagascar and deliver the desalination platform. Team B will be led by Garrett and depart for Mayotte in helicopter prior to deployment in the northern part of the island. Then you'll travel on foot around the coast to the exchange site. Attack from both sides and wipe them completely out. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the pilots objected. Our helicopters are running out of oil. If we return to the frigate now, I am afraid it will be too late. After a long journey, the petrol on the helicopter was just enough to return to the frigate. There was insufficient fuel to carry out the mission. There is petrol in the ship's warehouse. After the battle meeting is over, go refuel. The cargo ship uses diesel. The Black Hawk needs number 3 jet fuel, the pilot educated Jiang Chen. I'm talking about number 3 jet fuel. I've carried the supplies in the underwater submersible I brought. I've put it in the warehouse on the left side of the stern. Open the door and you will see, Jiang Chen explained. The pilot nodded in surprise. Jiang Chen threw the marker on the map and glanced at the 12 fighters and 4 pilots present. Action code, Trojan Horse. Raise any questions you have, if not say so. With Garrett as the leader, the soldiers stood upright and uniformly roared. No problem. Jiang Chen slammed on the map and then waved his hand. Then let's get moving. A powerful and coherent answer responded to him along with crashing footsteps. Yes. Sir. It was getting late. North of Mayotte, a cargo vessel slowly sailed towards the fishing port in the northwestern part of the island. The location was close to the slums of the Republic of Madagascar. There were rows of old brick houses and diseases, crimes, and deaths filled the dirty alleys. Only 2 kinds of people were there, poor people starving to their bones or powerful and strong killers. The children sat on the edge of the wharf in groups and looked curiously and alertly at the cargo vessel and the offshore platform. Although Arrow's people occasionally used the port, it was their first time seeing such a strange thing. Because of the arrival of this cargo vessel, the originally messy port turned even more chaotic. Naked men left in a hurry and several naked mercenaries with rifles and magazines wrapped around their bodies hopped on the port and then gestured toward the vessel. At 3 o'clock, the man with a hat. He is an informant of Arrow military. At 5 o'clock, the guy who is waving at me is the informant responsible for contacting us. The name is long and wordy. I usually call him Andre. Can I reply to him? Be natural. Jiang Chen in optical illusion, whispered. Okay, Zaid squeezed out an ugly smile on his face, but it was not obvious under the darkness. Zaid negotiated with the people on the dock and quickly got permission to enter. The other party sent several sailors to the vessel. The man named Andre happily walked next to Zaid and punched him on the shoulder. He spoke French, a common language in Madagascar. Hey, man, this is a big deal. You should treat me after you're done the deal. Come on, wait until I confirm the money is in my account. Zaid took out a cigar from his pocket and said slyly, where is the ship? Are we driving this into your garage? The ship will be here in a minute, Andrei said in a flattering tone. Oh right, where is Baghery? How come I didn't see him? He is doing something in Somalia. I did not bring him on the mission, Zaid said. How about the hostages? All fed to the fishes. Zaid grinned maliciously. Only from this smile did Andrei smell the thick scent of blood. He scratched his head and forced out a smile. Oh, just pretend I didn't ask. 2 hours earlier, the frigate moved closer to the cargo vessel that slowed down and a corps of Marines boarded the ship. The high-tech freshwater employees and crew members boarded the frigate. The clothes that were plucked from the pirates came in handy, and the soldiers currently standing on the deck of the ship were all Marines. The kinetic skeletons were hidden under the tightly wrapped rags, and the assault rifle was hidden near their hands. Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly and whispered to Captain Kramer, who was dressed like a pirate. Don't speak Chinese. The suntanned man grinned. I understand. Jiang Chen nodded and gestured to Aisha behind him. The two started their optical illusion and disappeared into the darkness. Time passed by slowly. The soldiers waiting felt like time was passing by endlessly. Several sailors confirmed it was safe to board and that the desalination platform behind the vessel was also safe. Then they returned to the bow. After confirming, Andrei made several calls. Soon, a freighter with a tonnage of more than 5,000 tons appeared in the distance. The freighter had obvious signs of modification and the deck was cleared out. There were 2 helicopter pads with 2 Black Hawk helicopters parked on top. The soldiers in desert-colored camouflage jumped onto the deck. The hearts of Jiang Chen, Kramer, and Zaid were pumping furiously. It was the most critical moment. Obviously, these soldiers boarding the ship were the elites of Aero military. If they discovered their plan, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, however, it was late in the night and Jiang Chen's side managed to successfully disguise themselves through the inspection. Perhaps because of the multiple partnerships they had with Zaid, these Aero soldiers also relaxed their vigilance. They just went from the bow to the stern, unloaded the offshore platform from the back of the ship, and connected it to their own freighter with steel cables. What about the money? Zaid said to the mercenary who had contacted him. Already in your account, the mercenary responded without a change in expression. Hearing these words, Zaid breathed a sigh of relief. He was not worried about Aero scamming him. All he thought about now was that he had to quickly transfer money from the Swiss bank to a Russian bank account. Putting money in Europe always made him feel unsafe. After all, he heard that the shareholders of Aero were Europeans and belonged to a powerful family. After completing the delivery of the goods, Aero's mercenaries immediately returned to their own freighter and were on course with the desalination platform. 2 days later, this desalination platform will be towed to Europe, where the German engineers will study the structure and design. The Aero ship got further and further away, but Zaid's fists clenched tighter. Because he knew that once the ship left, it was time for the main course. The work is done now. Now let's go for a drink on the island. Andrei laughed while patting Zaid's shoulder. You go first, I feel a bit dizzy. Zaid rubbed his nose and pretended to be uncomfortable. He wanted to get rid of him quickly. Huh, you shouldn't be seasick, man. Andrei said with a sly smile. Pirates could get seasick. What a creative joke. While they were bantering, the cargo ship slowly moved towards the port. Under the cover of the night, an Aurora 20 quietly arrived over Mayotte Island. Archer 1 has reached the target and requesting instructions. The outdated radar in the Republic of Madagascar was non-existent to the celestial trade fighter jet. Knowing that Aero had infiltrated the government, Jiang Chen did not ask for permission to take military actions. He would never recognize the mission tonight. A report came from the pilot. Jiang Chen removed the rifle from behind and whispered. Turn off the lights for them. Roger that. After closing the communication channel, Archer 1's pilot opened the cover with his finger. Then, his thumb pressed on the red button. A black missile attached to the bottom of the aircraft was separated from Aurora 20 and accelerated toward the clouds. The moment it came in contact with the clouds, the missile suddenly exploded. Blue electric light blasted over the clouds and high-energy particles were emitted, colliding with the oxygen and nitrogen atoms in the air. The entire cloud layer turned into an electrode plate and cast a powerful momentary electric field toward Mayotte Island. "Is it thundering?" The loud sound in the air caught Andre's attention. He took out the burning cigar from his mouth and gazed into the clear night sky. "Perhaps," Zaid responded vaguely, quietly moving away from Andre. The lights suddenly went out and the darkness corroded the entire coast. "What's wrong? You look a bit weird." Andre's words stopped abruptly, and a blood hole appeared on his forehead. Zaid closed his eyes at the scene and then kneeled on the ground covering his head. "Dude, I'm sorry. I had no other choices." The gunfire suppressed by the silencer began. The killing also began. Whoosh! Homing noises echoed through the silent night. The rocket slammed into the steel armor and sparks flew out from the other side of the ASV-150 light armored vehicle. The glaring flames lifted the turret into the air. The mercenaries who were on the side of the armored vehicle were blown to the bushes on the road and fled to seek shelter. Because the steel armor itself resembled an imperfect, Faraday cage, it had a strong resistance to the electric field passing through it. The broad range of strategic EMP merely paralyzed the communication stations hanging outside the carriages. It did not burn the electronic components inside the armored vehicle. However, while it escaped the first time, luck was not with it the second time. The Sea Lion Special Forces dashed through the night were like ghosts based on the optical illusion modules mounted on the K2 kinetic skeleton. They haunted the smoke-filled battlefield. The Aero mercenaries could only fight back reactively, and all unprotected electronic devices were fried, including night vision goggles and infrared sights. At the same time, Aero's headquarters in Mayotte military base also turned into chaos. Attacks first came from the north side and then appeared on the west. However, they did not even know how many enemies there were. Due to radio failure, their two infantry squads fought against each other in the streets outside the slums. "This is Mayotte military base. This is Mayotte military base. We are being attacked. I repeat. We are being attacked. Damn it." Colonel Mangala slammed the phone on the desk, grabbed the rifle next the table, and then rushed out of the door. The fire was blazing in the base, and the sound of gunfire was approaching the barracks of the military base. It was no longer a safe place to stay. He had to evacuate. If he could evacuate. Just 10 minutes ago, a thunderstorm boomed over Mayotte Island. Followed by a large-scale power outage. Not just a massive power outage, mobile phones, computers, walkie-talkies. All electronic products lost their functionalities. The traffic system completely collapsed, and cars with malfunctioning brakes slammed into each other. All the vehicles on the road became scrap metal, and all functions were lost except for windows and door. Due to the large scale of short circuits, a fire began to spread in many areas with fire hazards. An EMP bomb turned the entire island back to the Stone Age. Although before the bomb arrived, the island half the size of Wanghai was not advanced by any means. Team B was engaged in battle, and Team A just encountered enemies at the dock. At the second of the EMP's explosion, all the light bulbs in the slums were destroyed, and the entire dock turned into darkness. The freighter was also within the EMP strike range, and the lights on the deck suddenly went out. However, other than a moment of delay on the kinetic skeleton of the soldiers, there were no other interferences. It was Jiang Chen who took the first shot and killed Andre, who was standing next to Zaid. After receiving the attack signal, the Marines disguised as pirates immediately lifted their AK-47s and opened fire. After emptying the cartridges, they tossed the AK aside and took the Reaper assault rifle on hand to continue firing. Several pirates at the dock were killed on the spot. Refugees in the slums screamed and ran in fear. Arrow's people crouched behind walls and houses while returning fire at the freighter. Some of them were mercenaries of Arrow, some were contractors employed by the company, and some were local gangs with connections to them. Bullets flew through the pitch-dark dock. Although Arrow had an advantage in numbers, their accuracies and tactics were terrible. They were no match to the Celestial Marines, who had just completed their joint military exercise. The only thing that caused trouble for Jiang Chen was just a few RPGs that directly hit the cabin. However, it would be naive to think that a few RPGs would sink the 1,000-ton ship. The drones were released and the soldiers behind the wall were obliterated. Marines tore down the robes outside of the kinetic skeleton, jumped to the dock, fired while running, and penetrated to the interior of the slums. Anyone with weapons will be killed. I repeat. Anyone with weapons will be killed. Marines Captain Kramer shouted into the communication channel, and at the same time directed soldiers to separate into 3 teams to attack the stronghold of Arrow in the slums. Jiang Chen did not personally go into battle. After the first shot was fired, he sat on the side of the ship and looked into the blazing slum. He was a spectator in the battlefield. Aisha was with him. The sea breeze swayed her hair while she quietly stood there. Zaid cautiously climbed up from the deck and wiped the sweat and blood off of his face, he then squeezed out a smile. Where are you going to drop me off? Here, but before that, I need you to do one last thing for me. Jiang Chen smiled. From Jiang Chen's smile, Zaid felt a hint of anxiousness, but he couldn't tell what disturbed him because after all, the smile was peaceful. The gunshots in the slums gradually subsided. From the sporadic gunshots and resistance, it was possible to hear Arrow's demise. Zaid followed behind Jiang Chen and stepped onto the dock. Then he came to a brick house in the slums. At the corner, he saw Colonel Mongala, Arrow's instructor and officer, had been shot in the legs and lost his ability to walk. The man who had participated in both the Iran and Iraq war had a drink with him before, but now he was like a dead dog. Blood. It was you, Zaid. Mongala used his last breath and pressed on the wound on his leg. He grinned. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. The boss trusted the wrong person. Zaid did not look him in the eyes. Although he did not care about any glory and dignity when he became a pirate, he still felt guilty after killing so many friends. Jiang Chen did not care about their exchange in French and simply handed Zaid a dagger. Kill him. You are our companion. Zaid took over the dagger, and Jiang Chen also raised his gun. The information conveyed by this gesture was clear. If you do not kill him, you are our enemy. Come on, look at my eyes and kill me. Mongala's eyes were crimson but with a stiffened neck, he stared right at Zaid. Knowing that he was dead, Mongala chose to die in the most quick and painless way. Zaid swallowed, thinking that since he was already an enemy of Arrow and the boss behind the company, an extra life in his hands wouldn't matter. Therefore, he made up his mind, grabbed the dagger, and slashed at Mongala's neck. At the same time, he mumbled in his heart, I'm sorry, brother. However, this inner monologue could not be completed. Just as his dagger sliced through Mongala's throat, blood spewed from his own chest and spilled onto his former friend. It was his blood. Blood began to pour out from the hole in his chest. Zaid stood there blankly, looking down at his chest. Jiang Chen lowered his gun. His face was cold. Zaid, using all his strength to turn around and stare at Jiang Chen. The eyes seemed to be saying, why? I said you are only an ant to me. Not even considered a dog, how could he be a companion? From the moment he ordered the execution of the 4 soldiers, his fate was sealed. Everyone must die. Pay for your own behavior. Jiang Chen casually put away the gun and made a gesture to the soldiers next to him. Then he left the alley. The soldier understood his gesture and stepped forward. He slammed his fist on Zaid's face and knocked him unconscious. Then, grabbing his collar, he dragged him to the man named Mongala and returned the pistol used by the dead colonel. The two died together as if they killed each other. Before the last lingering consciousness faded, Zaid heard the following words floating in the alley. "Pull down the bodies of the pirates from the ship, put clothes back on them again, and throw them here. Also, toss a few bodies around the corners of the slum. Don't forget to give each person an AK. Be fast, Madagascar's government should realize what has happened by now. Evacuate immediately after 5 minutes." Hauling the desalination platform robbed from Celestial Trade, the modified freighter slowly sailed to the port in the northwest corner of Madagascar. At the end of the jungle and mountains, there was a fortress that was inconsistent with the poverty in Madagascar. Within the tall concrete walls, there were more than a dozen Black Hawks and even Apache helicopters. In addition, the number of M1114 and M2A3 infantry vehicles parked in the garage even surpassed many UA military bases overseas. There were also Patriot 3 guided missile launch vehicles hidden underneath the cover. They were even more indicative of Aero's military and political influence. The terrifying arms force could easily overturn a small country. It was not the power that an ordinary private military contractor could possess. Because its strength, the UA government was also cautious toward Aero. Even if the Freemasonry exerted a strong influence in the UA political scene, its military bases could only be built overseas, such as in poor Africa, or chaotic South America. The freighter entered the port and the officer wearing a desert-colored army cap walked down the freighter and down the stairs. On the edge of the port, a middle-aged bald man in a suit extended his hand from a long ways away and greeted cheerfully. "Ha ha ha, welcome, Colonel Ferrer. Nice to meet you, Mr. Evans." Ferrer shook the hand sincerely. Judging from the look of the colonel's face, he was very respectful to Mr. Evans. This respect was not due to social status but constrained by an ancient class. In the Freemasonry, lower-level members must commensurate higher-level members as their mentors. Although in modern times, this rule had not been strictly enforced. Only in internal meetings would people use the vintage title of mentor. But this did not prevent Ferrer from respecting the gentleman in front of him. As an ordinary member of the Freemasonry, Ferrer was only level 3. The man in a suit, who stood across from him, had a ring engraved with a number 32 on his right hand. He was only 1 grade away from the top Scottish faction. Engineers boarded the ship and removed the desalination platform from the back of the ship. Evans didn't have an attitude. He smiled pleasantly and took Ferrer to the side, handed him a cigar and lit one for himself. "Our country has a long coastline, but it lacks fresh water. We negotiated with high-tech freshwater, but they were extremely stingy about their precious technology. We are very disappointed." The country was referring to Israel. When Evans mentioned disappointment, he blew a ring and grinned, patting Ferrer's shoulder. "Fortunately, we have a group of brave men. Future group will soon regret the decision to refuse us. Zaid is done. I'm afraid we'll have to find someone else to do the dirty work for us," Ferrer grinned. "Someone must bear the wrath of Future Group." Evans and Ferrer didn't believe that they would dare to launch an attack against the Freemasonry. So Future Group could only retaliate against the pirates of Somalia. But then again, it would be a question if Jiang Chen could find the man behind the scene. Evans smiled at this thought. He dusted his cigar. The 1-inch-long soot fell to the edge of his shoe, and Evans blew another smoke ring. The eagle-like eyes looked in the direction of the desalination platform. "Zaid won't live till tomorrow. By tomorrow evening, Mossad's men will take out his den in Somalia and wait for him to show up at the door. As long as the insider Zaid dies, Future Group won't be able to find anything." A month later, the Mediterranean Freshwater Company will be listed in New York and formally explore the Middle East market. We will use the influence of the oil market to seize the market share of high-tech freshwater from the east coast of the Mediterranean to the Persian Gulf region. Looking forward to a bright future, a curvature formed on Evan's mouth. He then looked at Ferrer, who was standing next to him. Did you check the goods? Not yet, but this is a direct shipment to be deployed in the Red Sea. There should be no quality problems. Ferrer laughed. Deploy it first and see. I heard this thing is easy to move anyway. Evans grinned, pointing the cigar to port. He was just about to say something to the soldier next to him, but soon a light attracted his attention. On the sea not far away, the offshore platform began to shine. The compressed light leaked from the gaps of the mechanical shell. It even separated by hundreds of meters. He could still feel the burning pain on his skin. The steel was melted into molten iron, and armored vehicles and helicopters faded in color under the strong light. The cement peeled off from the reinforcing steel frame and collapsed like an avalanche. It was said that at the moment of death, that second will be infinitely elongated until the consciousness has completely faded. At the moment before losing consciousness, Evans saw the sunrise. The so-called bright future, in the halo of this sunrise, along with the cigar between his finger, was blown into ashes. The shock wave swept through the mountains and stained all the greenery with darkness. On the pristine ocean surface, a mushroom cloud rose. Buzz. Here is Raven 1, we have arrived over Mayotte Island. It's dark here, with only sporadic fire, received, landing. After Jiang Chen and the others evacuated, for transport helicopters took off from the base in Madagascar and flew over Mayotte Island. All contact channels were cut off. When they learned that the entire island had lost contact, Madagascar officials thought it was a joke. After all, the incident was late at night and the question sounded bizarre. Until with the passage of time did various departments realize that TOW became paralyzed. They then sent troops to the island to investigate the situation. Army soldiers landed in the slums in transport helicopters. However, they saw a devastating scene. Walls were full of bullet holes and residues of explosions. Bloodstains were everywhere. Most of them belonged to the local gangs and the mercenaries of Aero military. Of course, some of them were from civilians from the slums. Pirates. They attacked us. The boy who was rescued shouted in shock while shuddering. There was a scar on his arm from stray bullets and an injury to his leg that left his bone exposed. He was carried out on a stretcher. The scene became chaotic and cries and shouts filled the air. The rescue team that first landed had to report the situation to the headquarters to request additional assistance while treating the wounded. "Aw. Don't move, man, you'll be okay, my legs. Aw dash. Who has bandages, hand me a piece. Quick." At the same time, in the presidential palace in Madagascar, officials from various departments were in complete mayhem. President Lajona put a suit on over his pajamas and rushed to his office. He was anxiously contacting Aero. However, the phone was busy. Lajona slammed down the phone. At the same time, Madagascar's Minister of Power came in. A large-scale power outage occurred in Mayotte. According to the incident diagnosis, various degrees of burnout occurred in various circuits. As for the cause, it is currently unclear, continue to investigate. Yes. Seeing the president was in a bad mood. The Minister of Power did not dare to say anything more. After nodding, he immediately turned to leave. Wait. The Minister of Power stopped and asked anxiously. What else can I do? Call the Minister of Defense. At the exact moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and the Minister of Defense with an unfastened seatbelt trotted into the room and looked at Lajona with panic. He said in a stuttering voice. Nuclear, what? Lajona frowned. His face twisted together. The Minister of Defense with an almost crying expression incoherently articulated his sentence. Yes, nuclear weapons. North of Madagascar was attacked by tactical nuclear weapons. The office was silent. President Lajona and the Minister of Power didn't move. The silence lasted for half a minute. The president shuddered and collapsed back on his seat, fingers rubbing his forehead. I'm sorry, I may not have heard clearly, could you? The Minister of Defense quickly repeated his speech. It was a tactical nuclear bomb. It exploded at the headquarters of Aero Military and the entire coast was turned into ruins. The nearby forest is on fire and our firefighters has already entered the forest to extinguish the fire. Fortunately, their headquarters are far from the city and there are no civilian casualties. At present, we have not made an announcement to the media. Lajona finally accepted this fact after a long silence. He sighed and said with a headache. Evacuate citizens in nearby villages and towns near the forest. Don't release the news of the tactical nuclear explosion to the press yet, at least not tonight. But those firefighters squeezed out the Minister of National Defense. The country will remember their contributions. Yes, the Minister of Defense nodded and left the office with a low-spirited expression. Continue to investigate the reasons for the blackout on my yacht and the identity of the group that engaged in crossfire with Aero. Lajona took a deep breath and then said to the Minister of Power. You can go now. Yes. The Minister of Power replied and slipped out of the room hastily. Paper can't cover fire. Jiang Chen disembarked on Coral Island and collapsed on his bed once he returned to the mansion. When he woke up, the world was in a heated discussion over nuclear weapons. Although it was a tactical nuclear bomb with only limited destructive power, it was more than enough to smother a military base. News of a tactical nuclear bomb hit north of Madagascar had already been all over the international news panel. The name of Aero, the private military contractor, appeared for the first time in the eyes of the public. They were employed by the UA and have repeatedly traveled to other countries to perform tasks inconvenient for the UA to perform. Such as rescuing key members, counterterrorism operations, planning of a coup, and a series of tasks that could not be exposed under the light. Now, all this was exposed in the eyes of the public. Moreover, Madagascar's domestic and foreign media had unanimously condemned this military company registered in the UA for why Aero's military base in Madagascar would have a tactical nuclear bomb. In this period, because of this nuclear bomb, the international community was stirred into chaos. Why was a nuclear bomb shipped into our country? How many nuclear bombs are here in our country and were brought in by those Americans without our knowledge? Madagascar Cable TV. All Aero's actions are independent actions without the knowledge from the capital. When the media asked why Aero would hold a nuclear weapon, the capital spokesman used shock and unbelievable in his speech. The nuclear weapons incident in Madagascar again exposed the foolishness of the Republic's policy to push for military outsourcing, The Washington Post. The South African government is vehemently protesting the UA's deployment of nuclear weapons of all forms to Africa and expressed concern to terrorism with private ownership's possession of nuclear weapons. The AU is currently holding an emergency meeting at the African Union Conference Center in Ethiopia and is in a dialogue on the Madagascar nuclear issue with the capital, South Africa Morning Post. Aero stated that the nuclear weapon was not held by the company but is related to celestial trade. However, when asked for evidence, Aero's spokesperson avoided the issue. For Aero's unsubstantiated allegations, Celestial Trade used the word absurd to respond, and to challenge the logic behind Aero's accusation. Xinjiang Daily. It was mayhem. The first was the firefight that took place in Mayotte. Beside the body of Aero officer Mongala, the international wanted criminal Zaid's body was discovered. It had now been confirmed that Mongala was killed by Zaid and the reason was currently unknown. According to the analysis of the scene, as well as the bodies of some of the attackers on the scene, it was confirmed that the attackers were Somali pirates. The attack was eventually characterized as a clash between Somali pirates and Arrow. Just 5 hours after the attack, the Somali government announced that with the cooperation of Israel's intelligence services, the Somali government forces eliminated the pirate stronghold led by Zaid. In connection with the Jewish background behind Arrow, it was difficult for people not to link these two events together. With regard to the large-scale destruction of electronic equipment in Mayotte, experts at present had only made a lot of speculations, but they had not been able to make a specific conclusion. There was speculation about sunspot activity and geomagnetism. Some people had speculated that Arrow Company was testing new weapons on Mayotte. No one linked it to celestial trade, far away in the Pacific Ocean. Although Celestial used EMP in the Battle of MLL Island, and had conducted regional EMP strikes against the Country F Army, neither the range nor strength could be linked to the phenomenon on Mayotte. What's more, EMP weapons belonged in the experimental stage. At present, only high-altitude nuclear explosions could produce wide-area electromagnetic pulse effects. However, the gamma value on Mayotte remained normal and the nuclear explosion only occurred at Arrow's military base in Madagascar. As for the nuclear explosion, Arrow still offered no explanation. The tactical nuclear bomb was the masterpiece of Jiang Chen, and he personally installed it inside the desalination platform. However, there is no evidence at all, except for Arrow and Jiang Chen who knew this point. Not to mention that because it was in the center of the explosion, even the iron and steel on the desalination platform melted into molten steel and was impossible to retrieve from the water. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if they did prove that the nuclear bomb was hidden in the desalination platform, why did their desalination platform turn up there? It could not be explained. All the evidence was buried in the tomb with the death of Zaid. Even if Arrow intended to no longer disguise its intention and announce to all media and reporters that the transport vessel of celestial trade was hijacked by them and that they did not expect they had hidden a nuclear bomb in the desalination platform, no one would believe their nonsense. Zaid died on Mayotte and died beside military officer Mangala. All pieces of evidence stopped there. Zaid led the pirates to attack Arrow's military base in Mayotte, and it had no relationship with celestial trade. And just 10 hours after the incident, celestial trade announced to the media that the transport vessel that was hijacked was rescued by its navy in the Indian Ocean. All the reporters saw that when the ship was brought back to the Coral Island port, it had hauled a desalination platform behind it. The broken teeth can only be swallowed down. This was the current situation facing Arrow military. Jiang Chen knew, however, that the Freemasonry hiding behind the scenes would certainly not swallow their teeth. They would certainly do something. At least divert the attention of the international community. Tossing the newspaper aside, Jiang Chen took a sip of the coffee Aisha made and then called the president of Moro, Santos. He didn't speak yet, and Santos asked nervously first. Was that you in Africa? Their allies held nuclear weapons. It was incredible news. However, Jiang Chen obviously didn't plan to discuss this question. It is not in your consideration. Jiang Chen did not answer his question directly. You must strengthen the defense at the northern border. Although I have been stressing this matter, now have to emphasize it once more. The war has already started. Started? Santos was stunned. Yes. Jiang Chen paused. The MLL Island will be the front line between Freemasonry and Future Group. You'd better be mentally prepared. This statement is certainly enraging, Santos bitterly said. But it's not something we can control, said Jiang Chen, taking a sip of his coffee. Then he continued, if you want to continue to be the dictator, then you have to fight with them. If you don't want to, please remember to speak with me in advance. Santos took a deep breath. I know what to do, excellent, then Celestial will always have your back. Thank you. You're welcome. Early the next morning, at the cemetery on Coral Island, Jiang Chen attended the funeral of 4 soldiers who were killed as the president of Celestial Trade. Celestial reported on the hijacking of the ship and stated that the hostages were all rescued and that all the pirates have been killed on the spot. For Celestial trade bodyguards died in service. Jiang Chen attended the funeral of the 4 soldiers to sending his condolences and personally handed the Medal of Honor and pensions to the families of the fallen soldiers. At the funeral, after Jiang Chen finished his words of mourning, he briefly addressed the media on the incident of hijacking. Celestial trade will never compromise to any evil forces. Absolutely never. No matter how many sacrifices are made, no matter what kind of methods are used, whether provocations come from pirates or anyone else, we will protect our people at all costs. Let us remember these warriors who sacrificed themselves for peace. There was applause from the audience. At the end of the speech, the reporter immediately stepped forward and extended his microphone. Mr. Jiang Chen, as the president, what do you think about Mr. Smith, the president of Aero, and his connection with the Madagascar nuclear explosion in celestial trade? I don't have any opinions on such nonsense. And on this sad day, I don't want to give any opinion on events unrelated to celestial trade. However, if the CEO of Aero is interested, I recommend he goes to Coral Islands Institute for Mental Illness to receive treatment. There was friendly laughter from the crowd. Although it was inappropriate to laugh at the funeral, Jiang Chen's words still amused the foreign journalists. Obviously, they also didn't believe there was a linkage between celestial trade and the nuclear bomb. After all, XIN only gained control of civil nuclear technology a few months ago. Even if they ignore the gap between commercial nuclear technology and military nuclear technology, and secretly replaces all light water reactors with heavy water reactors. It was also impossible to get enough of plutonium to make nuclear weapons in such a short period of time. People were more willing to believe that it was Aero that deployed nuclear weapons in Madagascar. The intention behind this move was unknown. On the bright green lawn, the honor guards raised their guns in front of their chest and shot 3 times. Under the ensemble of people, the casket covered with the XIN flag was lowered. The military band played a solemn and passionate national anthem. It was particularly tragic with the cries of the families of the fallen soldiers. The ceremony was approaching its end. If he continued to stay, he would have to deal with the countless reporters. Jiang Chen nodded to Aisha, who was next to him and headed to his car. The accompanying bodyguards blocked the reporters for him until the retro black car drove off. Neither the Capitol nor the Pentagon had the precedence to wipe the military contractors' butts for them. The Capitol spokesman stated they were unaware of the situation. At the same time, he expressed to the public that the Aero's assets in the UA would be strictly audited to ensure that there are no nuclear weapons outside of the control of the government on the UA soil. As for the follow-up impact of this incident, it was still being escalated under the intentional influence of Future Group Online. Currently, in the manor in the suburbs of a town in Frankfurt, members of the Freemasonry were holding a secret meeting. Even in this day and age with the highly sophisticated internet infrastructure, they continued to maintain the mystic traditions, relying on ancient dogma to maintain a covenant superior to bloodline. Sitting in front of a round conference table, the white-haired elder at the head of the table wore a religious robe. With a mourning but solemn tone, he spoke. 2 days ago, on Madagascar, we lost 2 brothers. Level 3 member Mr. Ferrer and Level 32 member Mr. Evans. Their death is a heavy loss for the Freemasonry. We will never blind our eyes with hatred and we will never spare anyone that killed our brothers. Future Group will pay for their stupidity. As a punishment, I propose to send the gatekeeper to Asia. Here, the old man paused and looked at Carmen who was sitting in the left-hand seat. The new head of Rothschild. Do you have any comments? 12 pairs of eyes gazed on him, but Carmen's expression did not change and he responded with a smile. No comments, Mr. Lord. The Rothschild family had many friends, but no one could claim to be a friend in front of the most core interests. The old man nodded and placed his right hand on the table. On that dry finger, the golden ring glittered under the halo of the candle. Then, let's start voting. 13 hands were placed on the table, representing the 13 families of the core power of the old world. The vote passed unanimously. The elder nodded, pleased. He then looked at the door. The man standing in the doorway slightly bowed and disappeared into the darkness of the doorway, as if he had never been there. The elder focused his attention back onto the room. Since the war has begun, let us carry out the ceremony to the end. Everyone raised their right hand, and in ancient Hebrew, they solemnly repeated the oath repeated countless times. The candles on the wall flickered. By that dim light, the 13 rings pointing up were all engraved with the number 33. 3 days had passed since the hijacking. Jiang Chen, as usual, sat in the office of the mansion and turned to an unfinished book. Natasha knocked on the door. Jiang Chen knew so clearly because Aisha's knocking was always as light as a cat, if a cat could knock on doors. Please come in. Jiang Chen sighed and put a bookmark into the book and placed in the corner. Natasha walked in with giant strides and, as Jiang Chen expected, got directly to the point. You went overboard. Overboard? Jiang Chen laughed, got up from his chair and walked to the window. When they were in Antarctica, they sent an entire battalion to attack me. They didn't think what they were doing was going overboard. The war began long ago, not just in the sense of a war fought with bullets. If any party naively thought that both sides could coexist, that would be the definition of naiveness. The new world must be nurtured in the flames of the old world. Whether it was the Freemasonry or the WASP consortium, they would eventually become the enemies of future group, except the oldest one should die first. Hijack a ship. It was just a foolish way to test future group. Start from the marginal interests of future group, and in case Jiang Chen compromises, they would take away the building blocks piece by piece until they gradually reach for their core interests. However, Jiang Chen did not intend to compromise. He had made up his mind from the very beginning. Natasha raised one of her eyebrows. Was it really you in Madagascar? I didn't say anything. Jiang Chen shrugged and focused on the drone that was fixing up the garden outside his window. Natasha silently stared at Jiang Chen's back, not knowing what to say at the moment. She didn't know whether he was confident that the bottom card in his hands would never lose. Or that his achievements were turning him into someone with blind arrogance. There were many people who believed that they could overcome the ancient alliance, but those geniuses who had stood at the crossroads of history all eventually stepped into the abyss of hell. From Napoleon to Hitler, in terms of war alone, they were undoubtedly geniuses. Can you answer a question for me? Looking at his reflection beginning to overlap with Natasha's reflection, Jiang Chen did not turn around and asked abruptly. What problem? Natasha furrowed. Reminding me that I might have gone overboard. Is this a KGB order, or is it a decision that you made without permission? Jiang Chen fixed his eyes on her and then smiled. Natasha was caught speechless. The atmosphere in the room was a bit subtle. After a moment of silence, she began to speak slowly. In the last communication with the KGB's intelligence minister, the minister used the term allies for future group. I judged based on existing intelligence that it is necessary to remind you of your actions. If we lost you as one of our allies, our days won't be too pleasant either. After listening to Natasha said, Jiang Chen almost laughed. What is this? When did the Russians start to act so subtle? From his first encounter with Natasha in Eastern Europe, this was the first time he was interested in her poor excuse. What are you laughing at? Natasha frowned. Nothing, it suddenly felt a little, well, Jiang Chen coughed, putting away his impassive expression. I should treat this seriously. That would be for the best. Natasha paused, and then said, the Freemasonry sent the gatekeeper. He should have arrived in Asia by now. What is the gatekeeper? Jiang Chen asked. We are not sure, Natasha shook her head. We only know there are many gatekeepers. Some of them are responsible for the arrangement of the assembly venues, some of them patrol the gate to the assembly, and others hold the ceremonies for new members. One of its meaning is a sharp sword ready to strike, while the other meaning is an all-knowing eye that guards the gate. Whatever it stands for, it is not here to send me a membership card, right? Jiang Chen interrupted with a grin. Yes. Natasha nodded. The gatekeeper could be an assassin, a banker, or a general, or just a soldier, or even just a declaration of war. A sharp sword ready to strike. If it means that, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it the cleanser. Jiang Chen fixed his gaze on the drone that pruned foliage outside the window and began to think. Madagascar's nuclear issue continued to escalate. In addition to the anti-UA sentiment boiling in the country, the ongoing protests in the capital, Antananarivo, revealed people's attitude toward this issue. People emancipated the signs that called for the barring of aero and even extended it to the banning of all UA companies. They rashly blamed the Mayotte tragedy and the nuclear explosion as a UA conspiracy. The BBC reporter repeatedly clarified that he was British and finally got the chance to interview demonstrators without being beaten. It was the pirates the UA drew. Their policies in Somalia incurred the revenge of the Belle Devon warlords. The flies will always chase after sh*t. Bar the UA companies out of Madagascar. Why does Aero possess nuclear weapons? What did they consider our country? An African arsenal? Can we still trust them? Get out of Madagascar, young people shouted slogans in French and surrounded the UA embassy in Aero compounds, burned the Star-Spangled Flag. Every Aero's military post on the island was forced to be temporarily closed, and the UA embassy also had to close its doors. Although the adoption rate of the internet on Madagascar was not high, there was still plenty of tactics for Future Group to utilize. Once a certain kind of public opinion has formed, and the spirit of patriotism and nationalism had been propped up, then this hurricane could be easily manipulated and irrationally sweep away everything. Forced by pressure domestically and from the Congress, Madagascar President Lajona, who was inclined to cooperate with the Freemasonry, also had to change his previous strategy and urged Aero to withdraw from Madagascar. At the same time, Jiang Chen in the faraway Koro Island also began to step up his preparations for war. Since the KGB could guess he was the perpetrator, the CIB would also have the same capability. The UA did not make any allegations because they had no evidence to prove this directly. Or even the UA intelligence agencies themselves were skeptical of this inference. Compared to Xi'an, Israel's possession of nuclear possession had long been a revealed secret. We will protect your industry in North and South America, but Europe. I am very sorry, but our capabilities are limited. Loki's voice was very polite. Even if he was rejecting them, it was difficult for people to produce unpleasant emotions. Anyway, you have been a great help, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen was not surprised that his request was rejected. After all, he could expect honesty from businessmen, but loyalty would be a big stretch. However, it would be impossible to say there was no disappointment. Obviously, although the alliance was formed earlier, the WASP consortium hoped that Future Group would play the role of a pawn. Before the situation played out, they would rather watch than participate. No matter who became the victim, the other side would also be severely injured. This result was a win for them. WASP was willing to provide shelter for Future Group's industry in the Americas. The result was not too bad. However, this meant that Future Group's industry in Europe would face heavy losses as it was the home base for the Jews after all. It really did not surprise Jiang Chen. Just on the second day after the funeral of the 4 soldiers, Future Group's European subsidiary received an inquiry letter from the European Commissioner on Anti-Monopoly Investigations, requesting Future Technology to open-source virtual reality systems to Europe and allow all other tech companies to enter the market more equitably. Future Group responded strongly to this. On the day of the anti-monopoly investigation, the headquarters of Future Group announced that it would suspend the provision of virtual reality network services to EU countries. It was different from the last decision in UA. Quantum communication satellites launched by Celestial Trade last year were now able to achieve global coverage. Nominally, Future Group suspended the provision of virtual reality network services to EU countries, but Europeans could still access virtual reality networks through Tunisia's nodes. The only solution would be for the European Union to confiscate all helmets in every European home, but that would obviously be unrealistic. After more than 2 years of development, the Phantom helmet had already obtained a good market share in developed countries such as Europe. Even if the European Commission prohibited the sale of Phantom helmets in Europe, it would still be unable to influence Future Technologies' business in Europe in a short period of time. Salary remained normal, and work followed suit. It was the status quo of Future Technologies' European subsidiary. Tunisia, the smallest country at the northern end of Africa with a population of just around 10 million people, had seen its access to the Phantom helmet reach 200 million within a few days. In addition to the huge loss of taxes, the Freemasonry-led European Commission did not gain any benefits. However, on the other hand, the European Union put forward anti-dumping and countervailing cases on the solid-state lithium-air batteries. This move almost forced RRCA into bankruptcy because all the pure electric vehicles used Future Heavy Industrials batteries. For such a result, Jiang Chen's approach was very simple. He directly allowed RRCA Motors to switch off its European factory and build a new plant in the new Malaysian Special District. Trade frictions gradually escalated. Robots such as Shaolin and Dragon Cavalry X1 chips were also investigated by environmental protection agencies, human rights organizations, and the European Commission. With the control of the Freemasonry, these organizations handed out astronomical fines against Future Group. Those policemen holding court summons all had a face determined to bring Future Group down. Jiang Chen knew that Future Group had lost Europe. Translator, Min Editor, Karen _ At Future Group building, Jiang Chen came to work as usual. It had been 2 weeks since the funerals of the 4 soldiers. At least calmness returned to Coral Island. Tourists hadn't felt the tense atmosphere of the past. The only difference was that security near the airport and the port had been strengthened by several magnitudes. The number of patrol drones stationed near Future building also increased to twice the norm. Future Heavy Industries continued to recruit while Ange Park Industrial Park's military factory produced around the clock. Xia Xiyu entered Jiang Chen's office and gently placed a stack of documents at the corner of the table. Last month's financial report came out. Are you going to take a look? Just tell me if it's positive or negative. The company's total revenue for the previous month was $4.7 billion, a 13.7% decrease compared to last year at the same time. If the situation doesn't improve next month, it may fall about 4 to 5 points again. Here, Xia Xiyu paused. Then she said, after all, we've lost all of Europe. Jiang Chen picked up the financial report and flipped through it. What suggestions do you have? Layoffs in the European subsidiary, Xia Xiyu said without hesitation. This may cause a loss of talent. Jiang Chen didn't share the same views as her. Executives and technical staff can retain normal salaries while all other employees will be put on leave without pay, which will cut us a lot of expenses. I don't deny that Future Group can indeed afford these employees, but if we lose the European market for an extended period of time, we must do more long-term planning. We shouldn't rule out the temporary closure of the European office, leaving only one office to maintain patents and trademarks, and relocating the entire executive team to Penglai City or the headquarters on Coral Island. There was nothing wrong with Xia Xiyu's judgment. She based her judgment on being the CEO of Future Group. If the European Commission was eager to wage a war against Future Group would be unable to make any means in the European market while also without any means of fighting back. There was an international precedent. In the second half of 2013, the European Commission conducted an anti-dumping and countervailing investigation into 3 Chinese photovoltaic companies. Even if the EU's decision at the time lacked sufficient legal basis and also violated the spirit of free trade advocated by Western countries, the sanctions decision was eventually implemented. Because of the three decisions, the three photovoltaic companies were forced to withdraw from the MIP agreement and were imposed tariffs of 47%. After the results of the ruling came out, the two photovoltaic companies announced they would no longer ship to Europe from China, turning the market's focus on China, Japan, and South Korea. If resistance came from the policy side, then the companies would have no way around it. Since they would be forced to leave eventually, it would be better to go out with a bang and lay off hundreds of thousands of people while taking away the executives and technical talents. Seeing Jiang Chen didn't make a decision, Xia Xiyu side then said, "At this stage, the nutrient supply of future biology is being investigated by the European Food Safety Agency, EFSA, and the results of the investigation will be released a week later." From the current situation, despite Tao Ming holding a press conference, declaring nutrient supply has no problems at all, and even drinking 2 bottles on the spot, the final investigation results may not be good for us. If this had been before, Jiang Chen might have slammed the table, greeted the ancestors of the European Commissions, then decided on the layoffs. But now, he was expectedly calm. The result would be no different. For senior executives and technical experts, grant XIN visas, as well as relocation expenses. For those willing to transfer locations, their salary will be increased by 20%. For those unwilling, put them on 2 years of paid leave. The tax rate of XIN was different from that of high-tax, high-welfare Europe. Even if the salaries remained unchanged, European employees who migrated to XIN would receive much higher salaries compared to working in Europe. With a deep breath, Jiang Chen paused for a moment with his fingers crossed on the table. Other than Future Bank, all 315,000 employees of the group subsidiaries in EU will be laid off. With 315,000 employees, Future Group was paying nearly $1 billion in salaries each month. Layoffs were commonplace in the capitalist world, and Future Group wouldn't be blamed morally. However, it would make it difficult for the EU countries. After all, they would suddenly have more than 300,000 unemployed people. Even if they were distributed among the countries, it still wouldn't be pleasant. This was the case in high-welfare countries. All unemployed people had to be supported by the government. As for the United Kingdom, wait and see first, Jiang Chen said. The United Kingdom was no longer in the European Union, and it hadn't responded to the attack of Freemasonry against Future Group. However, if the United Kingdom also made a decision, Jiang Chen didn't care as he had given up the European market. At least until the collapse of Freemasonry, he had no intention of returning. Yes. Xia Yu nodded and left. The European Commission was eagerly plotting against Future Group. People who understood the situation clearly knew that the European Union was keen to get rid of Jiang Chen's home in Europe. However, just 3 days before the results of EFSA's investigation on the safety of nutrient supply, Future Group suddenly announced its assets had fully withdrawn from Europe and 315,000 employees would be laid off. Only 2 offices in France and Germany would be retained to deal with the law and legacy issues. After receiving this news, the European Commission that was meeting to discuss how to deal with Future Group suddenly quieted down. The members around the table stared at each other. They wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Sitting in the first spot around the conference table, the European Commission's chairman, Juncker, was silent. He tapped his pen against the notebook and broke the silence at the conference table. Does the discussion still need to continue? Layoffs? 320,000. Are they crazy? The Frankfurt commissioner was astounded by the news. After all, 1/3 of the Future Group's employees were concentrated in Frankfurt. If the news was accurate, then just 1 second ago, Frankfurt gained another 100,000 unemployed citizens. It seems that it's true. The French commissioner looked at the watch, then put on their pen cover and closed their notebook. It seems that the meeting can end early. We won. Future Group ran away from Europe. Thankfully, this errand is finally over. He faced a considerable amount of pressure when he voted in favor of the series of investigations into Future Group. The people weren't as foolproof as they thought. The series of measures of the European Commission clearly displayed strong local protectionism. Perhaps entrepreneurs were happy to see one less competitor, but in the eyes of those who were interested in Future Group, this behavior wasn't as popular as when they investigated the Chinese photovoltaic companies. After all, the average person wouldn't come into contact with photovoltaic equipment every day, but they would use Future phones every day, along with the only neuron access device in the world, the Phantom helmet. Even if it was the intention of the Freemasonry, it was the members of these voting committees and the government behind each in favor vote that had to bear the controversial opinion. Then the meeting is adjourned. The commissioners all left, and although they won, for some odd reason, nobody looked pleasant. When leaving the venue, the Frankfurt Commissioner Fromont made 2 calls, one to the president and one to an old friend in Freemasonry. There were many things that would keep him busy once he returned to Germany. Although they won, Fromont had the illusion of being defeated. It must be an illusion. Future Group, that gained significant market shares, suffered a Waterloo-like defeat in the hands of the European Union. This news caused a great uproar in the international community. Wall Street investors were even ready to take over Future Group's assets in Europe. However, the decision made by Future Group was beyond everyone's expectations. They directly laid off more than 300,000 employees. In addition to the suspension of all business outside the bank, they sent work visas to more than 10,000 employees for work in Xi'an. As for the real estate under the name of Future Group, as well as patents coveted by companies, Future Group didn't intend on changing ownership. It was clear that Future Group hadn't given up on its ambition to return to Europe, and their actions now were only considered a strategic withdrawal. Some analysts estimated that because the EU's attitude towards Future Group changed sharply at the end of June, the direct economic losses to Future Group were as high as $11.3 billion. However, in contrast, the EU paid a heavy price from its decision to drive out all Future Group's products. Future Heavy Industries' solid-state lithium-air batteries were far superior to those of Daimler, Volkswagen, Renault, and other large automobile manufacturers in both cost and performance. It was precisely because of this that in pure electric vehicle batteries, Future Heavy Industries held almost 70% of the market share in the European market. However, the products of Future Heavy Industries were now no longer being exported to the EU. It wasn't just the group Jiang Chen laid off who lost jobs from the decision. Many factories involved in the production of electric vehicles were also facing serious issues. Leave. Or stay and look for alternatives. Including Jiang's own holdings of Luer, many small and medium-sized automobile manufacturers chose to relocate their factories to Britain, which had already exited the European Union, or to Switzerland and Norway, which were close to the European market but not within the European market. In European countries outside the 27 EU member countries, Future Group's business continued to operate, although the size was almost negligible. On the European continent, Future Group was losing in the battle against Freemasonry on the surface. However, in other areas of the conflict, Future Group performed evenly or even slightly better. In the North American and South American markets, due to protection from the WASP consortium, the influence of the Jewish consortium on Future Group's business wasn't too drastic. In Asia, the continent had always been a weak area of influence for the Freemasonry. The Freemasonry's influence was weak in Hua, let alone under the watch of the Liu family. As for Southeast Asia, the Freemasonry only had one strategic fulcrum left. It was Country F, eager to rise through the dependence of superpowers. While the Freemasonry launched its attack, Jiang Chen didn't sit around. Arrow became a despised name in Madagascar. Celestial Trade contacted the Madagascar Congress and the opposing Liberal Party. They launched an impeachment against the current President Lajona, accused him of being incapable during his term of office and conniving with Arrow's collusion with gang forces, even secretly holding nuclear weapons and so on. This argument was simply flawless. Regardless of La Jona's rebuttals or how much he tried to calm the demonstrators with unstable emotions, he couldn't separate his ties with Arrow. In the public opinion war, Celestial Trade found the first responders who entered the forest during the incident. At a cost of $10,000, the company created a tear-jerking documentary for the firefighters who ingested excessive amounts of radiation dust and consequently suffered from cancer. A young man lying in bed spoke in an intermittent tone about everything that happened that night with his last few breaths. At that time we received an order to support the fire rescue. Both my brother and I thought it was an ordinary forest fire. It was only when we arrived at the scene that we realized the seriousness of the problem. It wasn't the police but the army surrounding the site. There were helicopters in the sky, but they weren't the firefighting type but rather, they were military helicopters. Although we were skeptical about the details of the mission, an order was an order. With the urging of our superiors, we put on chemical protective clothing and carried equipment into the fire. The fire extinguishing was successful, but the more I moved forward, the more I felt that something was wrong. It wasn't like an ordinary forest fire. The entire forest looked like it was ravaged by storms. At that moment, Jamie suddenly asked me, "Hey, man, do you think the air smells a bit sweet, like rust?" I didn't know what it meant at the time, and I laughed and joked with him. Until later. Later, while narrating, the young man was already in tears. Inhaling excessive amounts of radiation dust, to the point where one could smell the rust, was equivalent to a declaration of death. There were a total of 1,000 firefighters who entered the forest, and more half the 1,000 firefighters died within half a month. And the ones living were all in hospitals without the ability to live normally for the rest of their lives. This documentary was placed on the front page of Future 1.0 News. Immediately afterward, the young man on the sickbed appeared on the signs held by protesters. Due to outraged public opinion, President La Jona consciously announced that he would resign and that Madagascar would hold an early election before the impeachment went into effect. At that time, the Liberal Party supported by Celestial Trade stood in front of the public. In front of the voters who supported them, the leader, Sanavini, took advantage of this opportunity and counted what Arrow brought to Madagascar and put forward his own election campaign. "Look at what UA did in our homeland. Poverty, violence, crime, war, now there are nuclear bombs. I don't care what La Jona and those rich people did. Now I say no." From the cheers after each speech as well as the results of the polls, there was no surprise about the Liberal Party becoming Madagascar's ruling party. When he was sworn in office, he would abolish all contracts between Madagascar and Arrow and would completely remove the stinger from Africa's south. When the situation stabilized, Celestial Trade would replace Arrow and become a new military contractor stationed in Madagascar. The impoverished island had rich deposits of chromium, graphite, bauxite, mica, nickel, silicon carbide, and other minerals. It was also known as the World Gem Museum and the world's third-largest crystal deposit. Madagascar also had the reputation of being Treasure Island. Its resources were incredibly attractive to future heavy industrial. In particular, silicon carbide, which was one of the raw materials for the production of some graphene materials, was also a relatively scarce mineral on MLL Island and Papua Island. Of course, these reasons were only secondary. The main purpose of Jiang Chen's plan was to remove Arrow and Freemasonry from the island. To retaliate for the hostile behavior of the Freemasonry in Europe and to cut off its military forces from Madagascar. During the first round of confrontation, both sides enjoyed wins and suffered losses. It was soon mid-July. Although the island experienced summer all year round, it was located south of the equator. Coral Island was still hotter compared to other areas. Since Natasha told Jiang Chen that the Freemasonry would send the gatekeeper to Asia, Jiang Chen reduced unnecessary travels. Although he wasn't worried that someone could pose a threat to himself on the island, he did so under strong urging from Aisha. At the same time, the ghost agents also conducted investigations on the so-called gatekeeper. Unfortunately, not everything could be solved by technology. So far, ghost agents hadn't yet been able to confirm the identity of the gatekeeper. Future Group withdrew its European assets and the EU economy had been overshadowed by strong local protectionism. Celestial trade space activities were still ongoing, the Turkish civil war continued, and the situation on MLL Island began to deteriorate. On MLL Island, Country F and Moro's military forces were in a tense state. It was no exaggeration to say that it was probable war would erupt in the next second, and the trigger could be that a sentry's rifle accidentally fired because he forgot to close the safety. From public opinion, the two sides were also fighting a war there. Aquino 4 accused Santos of corruption and treated the Country F citizens living on MLL Island unfairly, and the delay in dismissing the war measures was equivalent to contempt for human rights. Santos, in turn, accused Aquino IV's deployment of tens of thousands of troops on the border of preventing him from dismissing war measures. The MLL Island people had to lift their weapons to fight against possible aggression. Discerning people could see that Country F was propping up public opinion for a war. In Port D, north of MLL Island, Jiang Chen walked out from his Gulfstream private jet, accompanied by more than 10 bodyguards wearing kinetic skeletons. Standing next to him, in addition to the bodyguards, was Aisha in a suit. The eyes behind the electronic sunglasses continuously scanned the edges of the airport. Jiang Chen's visit to MLL Island wasn't for vacation but to make a deal with Russia. The fleet sent by Santos took him to the hotel. At 3 in the afternoon, Jiang Chen met with the Russian military officer, Shadov, at the same warehouse in southern MLL Island, which acted as a warehouse for celestial trade. The burly Russian, whether it was his face or demeanor, seemed to possess a great amount of force. After seeing Jiang Chen, he extended his right hand. "I am very glad to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself, my name is very long. According to the language habits of the Han people, you can call me Mr. Shadov, or Lieutenant Colonel Shadov." Contrary to Jiang Chen's expectations, the Russian was very good at Han. He even had an accent of the northeast region. Jiang Chen also made a simple self-introduction after shaking hands. "Jiang Chen, President of Celestial Trade." Shadov nodded and got straight to the point. "I heard you plan to do a deal with us. The Kremlin is putting a lot of pressure on this. So, what is your proposal? Send in 2 divisions to enter the Crimea Peninsula. I hope you will exert pressure on the EU on the Ukrainian issue," said Jiang Chen. Shadov took a moment to process this. He obviously didn't expect that this abrupt request would be made. Ukraine was the bottom line for NATO on the issue of Eastern Europe. If Russia continued to push forward, it was likely that it would ignite gunpowder barrels throughout Eastern Europe. A direct collision with Russia wasn't in the interests of NATO or the other Western countries. But in the same way, Russia wouldn't want to clash with its enemies now. No matter whose perspective it was from, if war really broke out, Russia's chances wouldn't be good. Comrade Brzezinski once said that a Russia without Ukraine wouldn't be able to become a big country. I don't believe you're willing to give up this century-long opportunity. And now this opportunity is before you. Jiang Chen fixed on Shadov's eyes, then he suddenly smiled. "Let's put this aside for now. Let's talk about compensation." "I am afraid that your proposal won't be accepted," Shadov replied reluctantly. "Not necessarily," Jiang Chen said, snapping at the bodyguard next to him. The bodyguard, who understood, walked to the soldiers guarding the warehouse. After briefly communicating, the 2 guards turned their backs and quickly opened the door to the warehouse. A dry smell blew out. Looking at the dark warehouse, Shadov frowned slightly. "Follow me." Jiang Chen took the lead into the warehouse. Shadov hesitated and followed him in. From the outside, the warehouse was very unremarkable, but when he walked into the warehouse, he was surprised to discover that the warehouse was astonishingly large. Soon the soldier turned on the lights and the incandescent lamps at the top brightened the interior space. Shadow blinked and saw a lone object lying in the middle of the warehouse. This is. Shadow stepped forward, tapping on the circular tube. Remember the Madagascar incident that happened last month? Jiang Chen smiled. Shadow's pupils contracted slightly and he retracted his hand. This is a nuclear warhead. No, this is a conventional weapon, Jiang Chen said with a smile and walked to the side of this round tubular device. But its power is more astounding than nuclear weapons, especially in modern society. When Jiang Chen said this, Shadow didn't understand for a moment. But when he chewed repeatedly, his face suddenly became quite emotional and his fingers began to tremble. Could it be an electromagnetic pulse weapon? Yeah, we call it EMP and it's a strategic EMP, which is a little bigger than the ones used on my yacht. Jiang Chen nodded and tapped his fingers on the tubular device. The sword-shuttering one's combat components can be mounted on intercontinental missiles. Only one missile is needed and it will indiscriminately eliminate unprotected electronic equipment without any pollution in a 100,000 square kilometer zone. While he said this, Jiang Chen stopped the conversation and looked at Shadow, who was frozen there. He smiled. Now do you still think my proposal won't be accepted? You're willing to sell us this weapons technology? We never sell technology, but we're happy to sell our products. The components of 10 sword-shuttering ones should be enough, said Jiang Chen. EMP weapons belonged in the lab at the experimental stage for any country. However, aside from high-altitude nuclear explosions, no one had yet developed environmentally friendly electromagnetic pulse excitation methods. If this sword-shuttering one was really as powerful as Jiang Chen stated, its presence would completely reverse the situation in which the Russian military lacked confidence against NATO. I can't give you a definitive answer, but I'll ask the Kremlin, Shadow replied cautiously. No problem, I look forward to the next time I meet with you. I hope I'll be hearing good news. Jiang Chen smiled. In the same afternoon, Shadow returned to Russia on a Russian military plane. Jiang Chen gifted him the sword-shuttering one from the warehouse to bring back as a sample to show the Kremlin. As for whether or not Russians would reverse engineer the sword-shuttering -1, Jiang Chen wasn't worried about this issue. There was a gap in technological understanding. Even if the Russians studied the sword-shuttering one for 10 years, they wouldn't necessarily be able to create their own EMP weapons with a dozen or so limited samples. What's more, sword-shuttering one only covered a 100,000 square kilometer zone, equivalent to only a quarter of California. As far as strategic weapons were concerned, it wasn't a top-notch weapon, and it could only be regarded as an early-generation strategic EMP weapon. At least Dolphin 10 intercontinental missiles deployed on the seafloor were equipped with EMP combat components in the million square kilometer range. Those were the ultimate tools of destruction. It wouldn't an exaggeration to call them the killers of modern civilization. The Kremlin didn't make Jiang Chen wait for a long time. On the third day after the meeting on MLL Island, the Russian side took the initiative to contact Jiang Chen. At Natasha's invitation, Jiang Chen went to the Russian embassy. What made Jiang Chen even more surprised was that he ended up talking to the president of Russia, Putin. No extraneous words were exchanged. After the phone was connected, Putin directly discussed the issue and put forward his own requirements. 20 pieces of sword-shuttering one combat components. If you don't want to sell related technology, I hope you can at least open arms sales. No problem. If you run out of these 20 sword-shuttering ones, I can sell you 20 EMP weapons at a lower price. But I request that we send a commissioner to you. We must at least confirm that our gift was used on the battlefield or in exercises and not taken apart in the laboratory, said Jiang Chen. What's the lowest price? Asked Putin. 3,400 million rubles. Putin was somewhat caught off guard after he heard Jiang Chen's offer, not because of the price. 3.400 billion rubles was equivalent to $5 million. When compared to its effect, this price was fair. What really surprised Putin was that Jiang Chen proposed to settle in rubles. If he remembered correctly, he previously negotiated a few arms sales contracts with XIN, all of which were in US dollar. Do you not want US dollar? Putin said. Intuition tells me that the ruble will be very valuable soon. Jiang Chen laughed. In short term it may fall, but in the long run, it would at least be worth more than it is now. However, Jiang Chen's reason for doing so wasn't entirely due to the appreciation of the ruble. There was another major reason. At the end of the conversation, Putin laughed. Using the idiom of the Chinese people, I'll borrow your words. It seems that our deal has reached an agreement. Jiang Chen couldn't stop smiling. Although he failed to pull the WASP consortium across the ocean into the chariot, he successfully pulled the Russians into the game. The Freemasonry in Europe could no longer freely exert pressure on XIN. The threat from the east would directly approach their hinterlands. I wish us the best of luck. Putin smiled. Best of luck. While the situation in MLL Island continued to escalate, the Ukrainian crisis once again entered into the eyes of the people around the world. With Russia's high-profile increase of 100,000 troops, deployed at the Crimean Peninsula and the Russian-Ukrainian border, Europe once again reached a tipping point. This time, the Russians not only displayed their power with a strong stance, but they also showed their decisive attitude. To reporters, Putin reaffirmed Russia's position of supporting Russia's right to choose their own destiny, and for the first time, they recognized the legitimacy of the People's Republic of Donetsk and the People's Republic of Lugansk. Such an act would undoubtedly inspire the militants still fighting the city of Donetsk and other regions. Since the implementation of the ceasefire agreement, they had never achieved a real ceasefire with the Ukrainian government forces. The Western world was rattled. No one thought Russia would suddenly act so irrationally. The European Commission held an emergency meeting on this topic. At the same time, 11 countries including France, Germany, and Poland issued statements one after another the following day. If the Russian army dared to cross the border between Russia and Ukraine, it would be regarded as a provocation against the UN Charter. The most intense reaction came from UA, on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. The UA capital spokesperson declared that if Russia crossed the border between Russia and Ukraine, NATO would also set a precedent for sending troops to non-member friendly countries. At the same time, President Hill also revealed new sanctions against Russia in an interview with the media. However, some analysts also commented on whether the sanctions would be effective, whether NATO would set a precedent and whether these commitments would be honored. Due to the outbreak of civil war in Turkey, the anti-government forces took control of large areas of territory in eastern Turkey, resulting in the cutting off of the southern corridor, from Europe to Azerbaijan. In the rushed plan of the Freemasonry to secularize Turkey, the civil war ultimately failed due to Russia's sudden movements on the Ukrainian issue. As the southern corridor was cut off due to war, the supply pressure of natural gas in Europe increased dramatically. In contrast, European demand for natural gas imported from Russia suddenly spiked. If the EU joined the new sanctions against Russia initiated by the UA, the EU, with a shortage of natural gas, would become the biggest loser. Even if the Freemasonry intended to encourage the EU's confrontation with Russia on the Ukrainian issue, in reality, their assets in Europe also depended on natural gas imported from Russia. The sudden escalation of issues in Russia undoubtedly disrupted their plans. At that moment, in the XIN presidential palace, Jiang Chen was discussing issues of Madagascar with Zhang Yaping. Just yesterday, Zhang Yaping ended his diplomatic visit to Madagascar and achieved good results. Madagascar has agreed to further cooperate with us in economy and trade. If we're willing to assist them in rebuilding the Mayotte power grid and provide $1 billion in loans, they'll agree to contract the mines in northern Madagascar to us. Originally owned by Aero, they were confiscated as a national asset after the nuclear bomb crisis. No problem, agree with his conditions, Jiang Chen said. At this point, a phone call suddenly interrupted the conversation. Jiang Chen turned on the holographic screen and looked at the caller. It was Ivan. Out of courtesy, he then looked at President Zhang. "Do you mind if I take a call?" "I don't mind." Zhang Yaping waved his hand. Jiang Chen went to the window to pick up the phone. "Hey. It's Country F. They're making moves." Although it was expected, Jiang Chen's heart still twitched at the arrival of this moment. The war had ultimately erupted. Country F tore up the ceasefire agreement, which everyone expected. However, one thing was contrary to the Celestial and Moro military's expectations. Country F didn't land from the strait north of MLL Island. Instead, it chose to cross the Bauha Sea and landed directly in City C, where the defense was weak. They then risked the deaths of their soldiers, crashing planes and airdropping a brigade in the mountain range to attack the port of Cagayan from the east and north. "This is the City C military base, we're being bombarded by Country F." Message received by the command center. Aurora 20s have lifted and are heading to the target airspace. Artillery was fired from across the sea. Country F deployed artillery positions on Bohol Island. From the intensity of firepower, the Freemasonry appeared heavily invested in Country F. Artillery was being fired like popcorn. Holding UA weapons, the Country F's army broke through the defense zone where the Moro 13th Brigade was stationed from the port of City C and forced the brigade to retreat through the cover of commercial transport ships. Celestial Trade retained a certain number of garrisons in City C, but the number was still too small. Since the end of the zombie crisis, Celestial Trade Marines stationed there had been returning home or moved to the Suriname region. There were only 100 combat units in City C, which was equivalent to one company. Although the field commander responded immediately, the size of the battle was too great for 100 soldiers to control. The 102nd Company stationed in the area was immediately divided into 9 platoons and exchanged fire with the 21st Infantry Brigade of Country F that broke through the defense line in the western part of Tai Si. With the cooperation of the individual drones and the Aurora 20s which rushed to support, the 102nd Company made Country F's army pay a heavy price, but unfortunately, City C still fell. After receiving the call from Ivan, Jiang Chen immediately left the presidential palace, drove to the port, and boarded a boat to travel to New Moon Island. After arriving on the island, Jiang Chen hastily went to the headquarters. When he arrived, the headquarters were bustling, staff moved between rows of computers. The liaison officer was wearing a headset and quickly repeated the combat orders issued by superiors while connecting frontline fighters to the airstrikes and intelligence resources. Jiang Chen passed through the commotion and went straight to the commanding table. Ivan was standing there and exchanging opinions with the officers and staff. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, they immediately stopped the matter at hand, stood up straight and saluted him. Jiang Chen saluted them back and immediately requested a briefing of the situation. "Let's get to the point. What's happening at the front lines?" Ivan used a laser pointer to point at the holographic screen on the command table. The Air Force scanned the location of Country F's army. Judging from the arched attack front, the situation of Moro 13th Brigade wasn't looking too good and had even reached a precarious state. Country F's army deployed artillery positions on the defense base in the northern part of Bohol and shelled our base in City C. City C was a weak point of Moro's air defense. They gave up to obtain air superiority and riskily dropped a brigade in the mountain range. Although it was risky, they succeeded. Abandoning the courtesy of modern warfare, Country F placed itself in an asymmetrical position from the very beginning. Country F was smarter this time than before. If they combined their forces together and revealed their strength on the negotiating table, it would be difficult for them not to be wiped out. At this point, Country F's army on the holographic map made a new move. 2 brigades set out from Suluhai and landed in Samboanga City in Moro. At the moment, the 2 frigates of Celestial Trade were located in the sea region east of Luzon Island and Samar Island respectively, to guard against Country F's army crossing the Suriname Strait. Even if they lost control of the sea and air, Country F's army seemed to have counted on the shortage of Celestial Trade's air force and navy. Even with strong firepower, Celestial Trade wouldn't be able to protect both sides of MLL Island at the same time. This tactic was extremely risky. Without sea and air superiority, it meant that the troops who penetrated into the hinterlands of Moro would have no ways of accessing supplies. However, Country F precisely predicted the weaknesses of Moro and Celestial Trade from their numbers and prepared a war of attrition similar to guerrilla warfare by continuous supplying troops to different regions. It was daring, but it could make up for their disadvantages in technology. *T. I don't understand why they bought so many tanks. Are they acting as props? The commander of Country F army is certainly not Marshal Stark. Only a madman or a gambler would give out orders like this, an officer shouted. Our opponent is probably Moritz, a military advisor from Europe, replied the head of the military intelligence division. Whoever our opponent is, we will beat them badly. Jiang Chen tapped 2 positions on the holographic map, then painted 2 dividing lines fiercely. Air and sea superiority is in our hands. At the moment, UA is still on the sidelines and we must end the war before they decide to interfere on the grounds of peacekeeping. Since Country F intends to fight with me, then we'll go directly to City M to catch war criminals. They couldn't drag the war on. If Country F's brigade that dropped in the mountains fought guerrilla warfare on MLL Island, the production of future mining would undoubtedly be interrupted by guerrilla activities. The world ore market was monopolized by the Jews. The factories of Future Group relied on ore from MLL Island. If the supply of raw materials wasn't enough, the industrial capacity of Eng Island and New Malaysia Special District would be seriously affected. Looking at Jiang Chen's mark on the holographic map, Ivan touched his chin and his eagle-like eyes looked like he was locked into the holographic image. Straight through the Suriname Strait, landing on Leyte Island. According to the 2 lines Jiang Chen drew, the Moro army would land in Tacloban, the capital of the province of Leyte, with the support of Celestial Trade. This move would cut off supplies from the Isle of Wight, which was north of the Suriname Strait, while occupying a strategic point en route to Samar Island. And when they seized Samar Island, Luzon, the largest island in Country F, would open its doors. By then, the president of Country F would have no choice but to go abroad in exile. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded. The plan is certainly feasible. Ivan nodded. What about Country F's land forces on the mainland of MLL Island? Asked an officer. We can only count on the guerrillas of Moro to be smarter. Air superiority is on our side. As long as they're not stupid, it's not difficult to finish off the guerrillas of Country F. With a pause, Ivan looked at all the officers and said sternly, immediately prepare the combat plan for landing. Within 3 days, we will raise our flag above Tacloban Municipal Government Building. Yes, sir. At 14:31 on July 21, Moro 1st Armored Brigade, and the 6th Infantry Brigade entered the Suriname region. The command was ordered by the New Moon Island Command Center and they began to embark. At 1600 hours, Celestial Trade spokesperson announced to the media that Celestial Trade would intervene in the form of mercenary warfare against Country F in the name of self-defense. At 1730, the landing fleet carrying 2 brigades set off from Suriname port. The fleet avoided the artilleries deployed by Country F on the other side of the coast and marched towards the region of Leyte. While relying on the powerful computing power of quantum computers, Celestial Trade launched a full-scale cyber attack on Country F. A large number of packets tagged with the word Nazi swarmed onto Country F's government websites, replacing not only all the characters in the database but also completely paralyzing the network servers in 10 minutes. The photo of President Aquino IV was replaced by Hitler, and the national flag of Country F was replaced by a swastika. 80% of the websites in Country F, including the media, communications and transportation systems, had been paralyzed by the Celestial Trade Network Force, which had a major impact on the military operations of Country F and directly affected Country F's war mobilization and support capabilities. At 1732, 10 Aurora 20 fighters first reached the target area and encountered 20 F-22 fighters that took off in an emergency. Because of the assistance provided by the Rothschild family included the Patriots' 3 land-to-air defense system, the air battle was extremely fierce. After paying the heavy price of 4 Aurora 20s, the Celestial Trade Air Force downed 15 F-22 fighters in exchange and successfully captured air superiority over Leyte Island. At 2019, the Sea Lion Special Forces landed in the mountainous region of central Leyte and launched a night attack against the 4th Air Defense Battalion deployed there, destroying 8 Patriot 3 air defense missiles deployed in the foothills of the mountain and killed 221 Country F soldiers with the assistance of drones. After discovering that the Sea Lion Special Forces had been airdropped, Country F urgently transferred a division from the Southern Defense Line for support. At 2032, the formation of the Morro landing forces at Leyte Bay began to attack. Under airstrikes of the Aurora 20 and suppression from electromagnetic pulse cannons of the Guardian frigate, the 6th Infantry Brigade boarded landing crafts and began to attack the beach in the southern part of Tacloban. The night sky exploded with thunderous boom. It was an Aurora 20 dropping an EMP bomb over the city of Tacloban. After a short air raid warning, the entire city was in dead silence. The city was covered by electromagnetic pulses. The sporadic lights were also wiped out and the east coast of Leyte fell into complete darkness. Country F's 2nd Mechanized Division, who was responsible for defending the area, immediately mobilized after receiving a naval intrusion warning. The EMP arrived, but because the communication equipment and armored units were protected against EMPs, their combat effectiveness remained. Celestial Trade and Morro were destined to be a fierce battle. Accompanied by the roar of motors and shouting of waves, the first wave of landing teams began to rush to the position of Country F. Country F built a concrete fortress there with anti-personnel mines and tapered concrete blocks on the beach that impeded armored forces. Although the Air Force and the Navy carried out a series of bombings in this region, it was obviously impossible for Country F's army to be stupid enough to put all its troops into the trenches at once. Soldiers continued to die under Aurora 20 bombs and missiles, but soldiers soon reinforced the defensive positions. Due to the loose formation, landing attacks weren't as easy compared to joint military exercises. But they weren't too difficult either. The sea was deafeningly silent. Aside from the roars of the engines, Zhang Feng couldn't hear any other sounds. As the 11th Battalion of Celestial Marines, he and his platoon were arranged into the first wave of attack along with Morro 3rd, 4th, and 5th Battalions of the 6th Infantry Brigade. This time, it wasn't an exercise. He was no longer an ordinary soldier but a sergeant in war. In the air, a blazing fire exploded, and the orange-red flare illuminated over the stronghold position of Country F. Immediately afterward, Celestial Trade transport planes dropped a dozen coffin-like black boxes onto Country F soldiers. When these black boxes slammed into the area Country F was defending, these soldiers had no time to react before the sides of the black boxes snapped open. Accompanied by a buzzing, hundreds of hummingbirds were ejected from the drone hives and attacked the position held by Country F's 2nd Mechanized Division. *T. I can't hit these *N things. The machine gunner clasped the trigger and let loose onto the drones on the beach 100 meters away. However, no one knew if he hit anything. Not far in the distance, the drones were moving between the first lines of defense. Like reapers with scythes, they harvested Country F soldiers hiding behind the bunker. At such a close distance, the stocks of rifles were actually more effective than bullets. Enemy drones landed on the beach. We can no longer hold our position. The soldier taking cover behind the sandbags pressed his helmet and shouted loudly into the intercom. What are the first line of defense idiots doing? Turn on the KS-32 anti-drone system. Fast. It's already on. Damn. This stuff doesn't work. What? On the distant beach, fire and light flickered. The firepower suddenly seemed muted. The airdrop drones caught Country F soldiers by surprise. In particular, the KS-32 anti-drone system ordered by Country F's army had no effect against the Hummingbird drones. The soldiers on the landing crafts had opened the safety, fastened their nylon helmet buckle, and prepared for the battle. 50 meters. Release the drones. Zhang Feng shouted at the same time, suddenly knocking on his chest. The drones popped out from the grooves in the kinetic skeletons and scattered from all sides of the landing craft. Jump. Prepare to fight. Roger. A howitzer exploded about 5 meters in front of the landing craft and nearly overturned the boat. Already approaching the beach, the soldiers quickly untied their safety belts that had been strapped to them and flipped into the sea from the side of the landing craft. They maximized the power of the kinetic skeletons and rushed toward the beachhead. The Moro army had taken the lead in rushing to the beach. Without the support of the drone group, they began to fight for control of the beach against Country F soldiers. It was at this time that the 2 frigates of Celestial Trade also began a new round of firing. Bombs with orange trajectories created countless specks of dust toward Country F's 2nd Mechanized Division. When Zhang Feng and his team rushed to the beach, the battle on the beach was almost over. After the optical illusion of the Sea Lion Special Forces taking out the Patriot 3 air defense missiles, they succeeded in getting rid of the siege and intercepted Country F's Mountain Division. After hijacking the vehicles, they crossed 12 kilometers and raided Country F from the rear. They called in airstrikes to destroy 12 concealed infantry vehicles and 4 M1A1 main battle tanks. The armored units were hit hard. More than half of the soldiers were killed and wounded. Country F soldiers began to withdraw to Tacloban. No, don't kill me. I surrender. Ah. Mom, the real battlefield was far crueler than exercises. When Zhang Feng rushed into the trenches behind the beach with the team, it was already bloody and gruesome inside. Broken arms were mixed with the wreckage of drones, together with lifeless, torn bodies. Country F soldiers, who had lost their morale, dropped to the ground and raised their hands to surrender. There were also tenacious people hiding among the corpses and waiting for people to come close and perform suicide with grenades. After killing a Country F soldier who rushed at him with rifle stock, Zhang Feng appointed a person from the team to watch the prisoners, then took the remaining soldiers to continue chasing the retreating enemy forces. After they took control of the beach, the engineers dismantled the tank traps, the anti-tank mines were deployed, and Moro's 1st Armored Brigade began landing. The 5th Mechanized Division already boarded the transport ship and was moving toward the line of defense on Leyte Island. At the same time, Celestial Trade Command Center issued new combat orders. The order was to take control of Tacloban before dawn the next day, then control the highway connecting Samar Island in the north to completely cut off the supply line of Country F's army deployed in the northern part of Leyte Island. Translator, Min Editor, Karen _ On the morning of July 22, Moro's 1st Armored encountered Country F's 4th Armored Brigade on the outskirts of Tacloban City and exchanged fire. Country F invested a total of 70 tanks, 120 infantry combat vehicles, 10 self-propelled artilleries, and 30 anti-aircraft guns. The tank units included 20 M1A1 main battle tanks and various UA armored vehicles. In addition, there was an enhanced support company to provide battlefield support. For Moro, 60 tanks, 150 infantry vehicles and 20 self-propelled artilleries were deployed in battle. The main battle tank was T-80, and most of the tanks were the relatively outdated T-72 model. Although there was a lack of armor power, the addition of Celestial Trade's armored forces clearly reversed this situation. Tiger IIs with A-type steel front armor combined with the Type 50 electromagnetic pulse cannon were tank destroyers on the battlefield. Although the tanks were independently researched and developed by researchers in the apocalypse lacking experience in armored combat, the leading technology still filled the shortcomings of actual combat experience. M1A1's armor piercing could only damage the side armor and turrets of the Tiger II. The M1A1's armor, in a normal striking angle, was one shot in front of the Type 50 cannon. At the same time, prior to close contact between the two sides, the artillery units of Celestial Trade used Fireball 1 and projected hundreds of EMP rockets onto the battlefield. Interestingly enough, while the anti-drone equipment purchased from UA wasn't effective, the anti-EMP weapons were surprisingly effective. When the rockets from Celestial Trade lifted off, white smoke was immediately sprayed on Country F's armored units. The smoke was composed of droplets of special contents and size, forming a simple, Faraday cage, within the white mist range. It protected the electronic equipment wrapped against EMP. However, the basic anti-EMP method had obvious shortcomings. After the droplets were attached, the communications equipment of tanks and armored vehicles would fail due to physical electromagnetic shielding for some time. But needless to say, they were still very effective in critical situations. At least this time, Country F military didn't suffer a breakdown in communication compared to last time. After they came into contact with the armored forces of Moro and Celestial Trade, at least they possessed the ability to fight back. However, it was only the ability to fight back. On the road from the beach to Tacloban, there were smoking tank wreckages scattered along the way. Some were M1A1s and some were T-80s or T-72s. In this tank battle, more than hundreds of tanks were destroyed. More than half of them belonged to Country F, and a small portion belonged to Moro. As for Celestial Trade, the only destroyed Tiger II was directly hit by artillery from the top. The rest of the tanks had their belts destroyed at most or turrets damaged, none suffered a tragic fate from the M1A1s. After Country F's 1st Armored Brigade was eliminated, Moro's 5th Mechanized Division that landed on the island began to march toward Tacloban at full speed. Sea Lion Special Forces took Black Hawk helicopters moving north to blow up the highway and stop the retreat of Country F's garrison from Leyte. Celestial Trade invested a brigade of troops on Leyte Island and quickly marched to the edge of the urban area with infantry vehicles. They engaged in intense crossfire with Country F's army in this region. The vast majority of civilians in the city had already fled, leaving only a small number of people without sufficient time to retreat. After the impacts of the EMP, Tacloban became a dead city. Rows of tall buildings were like tombstones, silently overlooking the soldiers who entered the city, and the explosives left behind dim sparkles after the line of defense outside the city was broken down. Country F soldiers began to retreat into the city, ready to engage in urban warfare. Walking next to a Moro armored vehicle, Zhang Feng looked at the window around him holding a Reaper assault rifle. 8 Hummingbird drones were suspended around the armored vehicle and guarded against any unsuspecting rocket launchers that might protrude out from windows, or explosives dropped from roofs. Suddenly, a rocket dragging a smoke trail flew toward the armored vehicle and destroyed armor hung on the left side. An enemy's anti-tank team is on the roof. At 4 o'clock, take them out. The gunner rushed behind cover and set up a light machine gun to unleash bullets on the window on the roof. Seeing that their strike failed, the enemy immediately retreated. The target is moving. You made trouble and you want to run. Go and catch them. Zhang Feng cursed while giving instructions through the holographic screen, and he assigned 2 soldiers upstairs to clear the anti-tank squad. And just then, bullets suddenly shot across the street. Country F soldiers crouching down behind the stores on the street set up their machine guns and rifles and fired at Zhang Feng's team. Unprepared, the soldier standing in the front row took 2 shots to the chest. Fortunately, the polyethylene armor blocked the bullets and saved his life. Hide. Behind the shelter. Go. 2 shots were fired at the opposite side of the street. Zhang Feng leaned against the back of the concrete wall and marked enemy targets with drones. This is the 121st team. Enemy troops were found in the southern side of Tacloban. It is estimated that there are 40 soldiers. Requesting airstrike support. Shooter, 3 received. Airstrike will take place in 2 minutes, please mark enemy units. The targets have been marked. Received. An Aurora 20 hovering in the air changed course and flew toward the target area. The armored vehicles in the middle of the street were reversing while the gun turrets on top spat out trails of bullets toward the stores on the road. The shop's glass shattered to the ground, 20mm large caliber ammunition easily tore off cement blocks from steel skeletons. The Country F infantry squad was pinned to the ground. After the end of his message, Zhang Feng scanned the countdown of the airstrike on the holographic screen. He then leaned out of cover with a rifle and turned on the thermal imaging function on the sight glass. He used semi-automatic firing mode, and with the help of armored vehicles, cleared the Country F soldiers hidden behind cover. The airstrike countdown hit 0. In a flash, the street where the Country F soldiers were hiding looked like it was raided by a hurricane. The land was crushed by bullet rain from the sky. The dust spread around and blew 2 streets away. After seeing the shadow of Aurora 20 soaring away, Zhang Feng finally heard the roar of the cannon. Clear. Zhang Feng shouted and walked out of cover. *T, the dust is all over my face now. You should be glad it's not something else on your face. Hey buddy, don't say unlucky things. The rifleman behind the concrete block stood up and wiped his face. Zhang Feng grinned and helped his comrade up. He then knocked on the armored vehicle. Keep going. With the support of airstrikes, all resistance forces were paper to them. Once they captured the city center, Country F soldiers still in the city would be completely separated by Moro's armored forces. Either they threw away their weapons and uniforms to disguise themselves as civilians or wait to be killed or captured. But just then, there was a light in the distance. Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked in the direction of the rays. Attracted by the same ray, the rifleman next to him murmured, *T, what's that? The night sky was lit, as if there was a second sunrise. Translator, Min Editor, Karen _ A mushroom cloud rose above Tacloban and the radiating halo illuminated against the face of enemies and allies. At that moment, both the Country F soldiers behind the sandbag bunkers and the Moro soldiers advancing with tanks released their finger on the trigger and turned their eyes toward the bright sky in the city center. Nuclear weapons would make all resistance and offense meaningless. When the shockwave swept across the street, whether it was an enemy or an allied force, they were all disintegrated to dust by the scorching shockwave. This is the command center, please respond. Buzz. Please respond. After opening his blurred eyes, Zhang Feng tried his best, but he couldn't stop himself from coughing up blood. He was in a terrible state at the moment. The surrounding glass all shattered and littered the ground. Broken jars and mud were everywhere. He was trapped under a wooden cabinet. It appeared that when the shockwave arrived, he was thrown into a flower shop. Outside the broken window, an armored vehicle tipped over on the road, and its turret had been slashed. The spilled fuel was blazing with flames. Tragedy. Zhang Feng removed the stones pressed against his chest and fought hard to stand up. When the shockwave swept across the streets, his chest felt like it was rammed by a truck. Fortunately, the protection of his kinetic skeleton and being several kilometers away from the center of the explosion saved him. Otherwise, he wouldn't just suffer some internal bleeding, cough. Supported by a rifle, Zhang Feng walked to the side and picked up his tactical helmet. This is the 121st Team. We may have suffered a nuclear strike. This is the command center. Please organize the personnel and retreat to the landing point. Roger. Why is there a nuclear bomb? With the scales tipping to their side, it was clear celestial trade wouldn't use such weapons of mass destruction. With air superiority, in this case, the nuclear bomb must have been set in the city in advance. How does Country F have a nuclear bomb? And they actually used it in their own city? Are they crazy? Zhang Feng didn't understand. The only thing he confirmed was that half his team suffered casualties during that split second. At the edge of the city, he himself experienced such a violent shock. Then Moro's 5th Mechanized Division, which already entered the urban area, most likely suffered a tragic fate already. Country F Army was retreating to Samar Island, and Tacloban was the only way to go. If he didn't want to be captured, he had to immediately retreat to the landing point. Within a month, one big and one small mushroom cloud rose on the surface of the Earth. The nuclear explosion in Tacloban caused a panic in the world that wasn't any less than the previous zombie crisis. People only felt the power of nuclear weapons in movies. However, at that moment, all this happened in reality. Although it was only a few words in the newspapers and a scarlet bright spot on satellite imaging, the shock it brought to people was far greater than any film and television show since the Cold War. Last night, a nuclear explosion happened in Tacloban. Please wait, I have to confirm whether the press release made a mistake. According to the data released by Country F, the confirmed death toll exceeded 20,000 people, including 13,000 civilians who have not yet withdrawn. However, after 2 hours, this figure was updated to 50,000 people. The specific information can be found on the official website of Country F's government. If Celestial Trade stopped its cyber attack against Country F. A spokesperson for Country F's presidential office said the nuclear explosion was detonated by Moro and that the nuclear bomb came from Celestial Trade. However, Moro gave an opposite answer, accusing Country F of detonating the bomb in the city. Nuclear weapons are rampant. How many countries illegally hold nuclear weapons outside the framework of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Convention? We must put an end to this unstable situation. This is important for preserving the lives of everyone on Earth. 5 hours after the nuclear explosion, news spread to the whole world in an instant. NASA first published a satellite image. A bright spot suddenly appeared over Lady Island on the screen, which was clearly visible in outer space. This picture, which was shot by satellites, was also used by the major media as the only picture to report on the power of nuclear weapons. At present, the control of the city of Tacloban remained undecided. With such strong nuclear radiation remaining, no reporters could enter the area. It's crazy. They actually used nuclear weapons directly. Ivan grumbled while smashing his fist against the table. We got set up. Jiang Chen frowned. The 11,000 Moro land forces lost more than half its men. In Celestial Trade's 2,000 soldier brigade, a total of 431 people were killed and 1,107 people suffered injured of varying degrees. At present, all combat units retreated to their landing points. Seizing this opportunity, F Country Army garrison on Lady Island launched a frenzied counterattack against Moro and Celestial Trade's positions with the support of artilleries. Because the artillery was deployed in the foothills of central Leyte and was protected by a large number of anti-aircraft guns, it brought great difficulties for air strikes. 2 frigates deployed on the coast bombarded the artilleries, but due to topography, they had little success. At that moment, there was a heated discussion inside the command center involving this issue. Including Jiang Chen and Ivan, no officers closed their eyes for a moment. Why do they have nuclear weapons? When did Country F become a nuclear-armed country? Is it the Freemasonry? Israel is known for possession of nuclear weapons. If the Jewish consortium has enough influence in Israel, it isn't too difficult to obtain nuclear weapons. But what do they want to do? Frame us and even pull the United Nations into this civil war. Barkari, the logistics chief, who had been silent, suddenly spoke out. The command desk quieted down, including Ivan and Jiang Chen. Everyone was looking at him. It makes sense. Jiang Chen nodded. Barkari's words gave him a clearer picture in his mind. At that point, an officer entered the command center and walked over to the commander's desk. Country F requested a ceasefire. The 2 sides will return to their respective areas of actual control and wait for an investigation from the UN. Investigation? What investigation? Jiang Chen asked with a frown. About which party used nuclear weapons, the officer said with an ugly expression. Both sides accused the other side of using nuclear weapons, and both sides had reasons why they absolutely wouldn't use nuclear weapons. Moro clearly had an advantage, and it was impossible to throw a nuclear bomb on its own soldiers. Although Country F was at a disadvantage, it was impossible that they used a nuclear bomb in their own city and on their own citizens. In addition, both sides were non-nuclear countries. In order to investigate the source of the nuclear weapons, the United Nations had already convened an emergency meeting and announced it would intervene in this civil war. However, Jiang Chen suddenly realized a serious problem. The ceasefire. What about the area occupied by Country F guerrillas? Country F proposed that the northern part of MLL Island, which is occupied by the guerrillas, is under the actual control of Country F and should be temporarily managed by Country F. Lady Island, as a war zone, suffered a nuclear strike and should be controlled by UN peacekeeping troops. Both sides should take a step back and withdraw their troops from Leyte. The officer responsible for conveying the message hadn't finished yet, and Ivan was already fuming. This isn't taking a step back. This is a conspiracy. Compared to Ivan's anger, Jiang Chen's expression seemed much calmer. He finally understood that Country F government's delivery of guerrillas to MLL Island wasn't a suicidal war of attrition, but rather the move was meant to gain actual control of the region. Immediately afterwards, through an external cause, the UA or the United Nations would intervene to forcefully end the war. This ceasefire line would cause the entire northern part of MLL Island to fall to Country F's side. Using the 3 divisions located across the Suriname Strait as bait, they seduced us to launch a landing attack on Leyte Island to cut off supplies for the 3 divisions, then left a brigade in Tacloban to block us from advancing. Finally, they detonated the nuclear bomb hidden in the city after we almost seized control of Tacloban. With his finger resting on his chin, Jiang Chen whispered while thinking. Air superiority was in our hands, and sea superiority was also in our hands. From the outset, Country F didn't plan on winning the war on the battlefield. Instead, it intended to win the battle outside of the battlefield. Once the war hit the International Tribunal, the United Nations would be responsible for examining which party used nuclear weapons. Obviously, if they go to court, the Freemasonry with a wider range of influence will have a higher chance of winning. Regardless of the outcome of the verdict, Moro would lose control of northern MLL Island. From the very beginning, they intended to detonate the nuclear bomb. How much time did the United Nations give us? Jiang Chen looked at the officer. 24 hours, the officer said nervously. The observers dispatched by the United Nations have a tough stance. If we can't achieve a ceasefire in 24 hours, the United Nations will authorize permanent members to forcibly intervene in the regional situation. 24 hours to achieve a ceasefire. The war was provoked by them. Now they want a ceasefire, said one of the officers. Fu*K United Nations. This isn't fair. *T. Moro can't accept such a result. This is no way, the officer from Moro shouted. Now is not the time to complain. Jiang Chen's fingers rapped on the table and interrupted the voices. Sharp eyes swept across the table. Everyone, we have 24 hours. Think about it, what can we do with these 24 hours? Jiang Chen paused and put out 2 fingers. Typically speaking, there are only 2 situations in a ceasefire. Both sides lay down their weapons and return back to the ceasefire line, or one of them surrenders. You mean? We go directly to the capital of Country F. Jiang Chen tapped on the holographic map, erased the original offensive line and drew a red cross directly at City M's position. Before the UN trial, we'll prosecute the war criminals who detonated the nuclear weapon. All the officers at the table held their breaths and looked at each other. The silence lasted for nearly half a minute. No one said a word. This is crazy. Ivan broke the silence. However, Contrary to the skepticism raised by him, his eyes were filled with fanaticism. Yes, this is crazy, Jiang Chen nodded, his hands slamming on the command table, eyes scanning from one face to the next. He then squeezed out the last sentence from his teeth, but remember, they were crazy first. City M's underground bunker. It was the temporary headquarters of Country F's National Army. Because of the loss of air superiority, the Defense Ministry, the Congress, and the Presidential Office temporarily moved into the bunker to maintain the operations of the military and government agencies in order to prevent the Aurora 20s from launching airstrikes against the capital. Bastard! What did you do? What you did was wrong. Answer me. Marshal Stark, Country F's defense minister, kicked open the door to the office. He took 2 steps forward and grabbed the military advisor Moritz's collar. However, the latter only looked at him indifferently and allowed the old man with white sideburns to drag him by the collar. I don't understand what you mean. The nuclear explosion in Tacloban. Aside from the Jews, who else could have possessed nuclear weapons? With spit flying in the air, Marshal Stark growled furiously. Please pay attention to what you're saying, Moritz, a military advisor from Europe, said indifferently and removed Marshall's hand from his collar. There are many countries that possess nuclear weapons, either publicly or secretively. Although there's no evidence, we can assume that Xin possesses nuclear weapons. Bullsh *T. Stark shouted, they already gained an advantage, so why would they need a nuclear bomb? Exchanging 13,000 people for a brigade of 2,000 people, even if a pig was commanding, it wouldn't have made such a stupid and absurd decision. But this is a fact. It was a nuclear bomb that was dropped by a celestial trade bomber. We have no evidence, but they don't either. Air superiority was in their hands, and it was impossible for the nuclear bomb to fall by itself. That was a city. A city where 100,000 civilians hadn't yet evacuated. I'm not talking about the soldiers who are still fighting with Moro. It's 100,000 people. 100,000 unarmed civilians. General Stark's eyes turned crimson and he almost crashed his own teeth in rage. But this is a war, Moritz said without emotion. The office was quiet. Marshal Stark's chest swelled violently. Like a caged beast, his mouth and nostrils let out loud breaths. The United Nations will intervene and the 2 sides will cease fire in 24 hours. The peacekeeping forces will take over Leyte Island, which was hit by the nuclear weapon. The entire northern part of MLL will return to Country F because it's under the actual control of the guerrillas. While speaking, Moritz paused and fixed the collar of the old man in front of him. Since things have happened, I think we'd better be unified. The people who died, there's no war that can be won without sacrifice. I asked you from the very beginning, what are you willing to do? Now I tell you that your compatriots who died are all necessary sacrifices to win this war. A cold bead of sweat dropped, and Stark's lips trembled. You lunatic. I can't let you command the army of Country F. I will apply to the president to withdraw your command. The command can be returned to you. There are only 24 hours left. Moro will do everything to attack the guerrillas in northern MLL Island. At this time, we only need to maintain the continuous landing on the island and the artillery positions to support the guerrillas in defending our winning fruit. Just then, a harsh warning sound interrupted Moritz. Moritz frowned slightly and looked at the door. What's this sound? Stark looked up at the concrete ceiling and murmured. It is an air defense alarm, airstrike. Moritz frowned. At this point, what's the use in airstriking City M? I hope, somehow, Stark made such a statement. However, intuition told him that things might not be as simple as an airstrike. Chapter 830 Code, Retribution. The action code was Retribution. The mission was very simple: control Country F's presidential palace, the Congress, the Supreme Court, the Ministry of National Defense, and other critical facilities, and arrest war criminal Aquino 4, Defense Minister Marshal Stark, and Moritz, the military advisor from Europe. A 3,000-strong reinforced airborne brigade mobilized by Morrow and Celestial's 2,000-person brigade and a drone attack group of 8,000 hummingbirds would carry out the airborne operations on City M, the capital of Country F. Only 24 hours to carry out the mission. At 3 a.m. on July 23, a Dolphin 10 ballistic missile was launched from a submarine missile silo deployed in the western Pacific Ocean and detonated in the airspace of central Luzon. The EMP hit more than half of Luzon Island. City M suffered a total power outage and traffic was completely paralyzed. Subsequently, Aurora 20s flew into the airspace and engaged in a fierce battle with 10 F-22s and 5 F-35s that took off. They completely seized air supremacy over City M. Sea Lions Special Forces then landed on Luzon, infiltrating and destroying the Patriots 3 and other air defense systems, paving the way for the airborne troops. When everything was ready, the paratroops of the two brigades set off from Port D Airport and arrived on Luzon Island at 5 a.m. to begin the large-scale airborne operation known as Retribution. 30 IL-76 transport aircrafts carried out the mission. A long time ago, Jiang Chen ordered this large transport aircraft from Russia with a unit price of $20 million from Natasha for the rapid deployment of combat units. Although there were better aircrafts available from the Apocalypse, they were still in the draft mode for the time being. At present, future military didn't have enough capacity to achieve large-scale production. In order to reduce civilian casualties, Jiang Chen specifically set the start of operations at night. At 12 noon was the United Nations deadline for the warring parties. As long as the dismantling of Country F's command system and arrests of the president of Country F and half the members of Congress were carried out before 12 noon, it would be enough to force them to immediately sign a surrender agreement and end the war. To defeat Country F nation and achieve a ceasefire. Through the roar of the engine, the cold wind gusted outside the steel cabin. With their backs against the cold cabin, 2 rows of armored soldiers sat neatly on the IL-76 transport plane. The dark kinetic skeleton armed the soldiers to the teeth, and the ink glass on the digital helmet cast a murderousness vibe. The fuselage violently shook, and the nose bent upward slightly. The signal light in the cabin lit up, the safeties were all removed, and the nylon buckles behind them were released. They were above City M. The commander walked to the center of the cabin, steadied himself, and did the final mobilization. They detonated a nuclear bomb in their own city. Now we have to go capture the person who pressed the button. Land, confirm, lock, fire. Don't shoot the civilians. Push toward the mission target, it's that simple. Now check the equipment and prepare to go. He was met by a uniform roar from the troops. There was no need for mobilization at all, and they were all exasperated. Country F had to pay the price for the 431 soldiers who died in the nuclear explosion. A blood debt must be paid by blood. Every soldier's eyes glowed with hatred. The signal light turned from red to green, and the door of the cabin slowly opened. Above the clouds, 2 fighters whistled by. Air currents rolled into the cabin, and through the layers of white clouds, anti-aircraft guns with tracer bullets could clearly be seen following the Aurora 20s ravaging the airspace. Not far away, Morrow's 31st Airborne Brigade had already begun to parachute, and parachute bags filled the sky. Land in the capital of Country F and end the war within 24 hours. Now. Jump. Quick. After the commander's roar, the soldiers in kinetic skeletons jumped out of the cabin. Unlike the paratroopers of Morrow, the soldiers dropped to around 200 meters. The slow descent device mounted on the backs of the kinetic skeletons activated, and blue lights burst out. The paratroopers of Celestial Trade cut off the parachutes behind them and struck the cement or high-rise buildings directly under the buffer of the short-range rocket ejectors. The city was about to wake up. Under the high-rise buildings, the citizens of City M screamed and fled. Traffic became jammed when the EMP landed. When the paratroopers began to parachute, the entire city became a mess. Even the policemen dropped their guns and batons as they joined the citizens in fleeing to subway stations. Occasionally, one or two patriots picked up pistols and were soon locked on by the drones that landed first. Any person with a weapon was considered a combatant. The Moro paratroopers landed first and immediately began fighting with Country F's 11th Brigade and anti-terrorist forces. Explosions of flames filled the streets of City M, and the destroyed armored vehicles were abandoned by the roadside. After landing, Celestial Trade soldiers opened their holographic maps on their digital helmets. The artificial intelligence set by the quantum computer established the nearest assembly point and the attack routes were marked on the holographic maps. Everyone entered a combative state in the shortest amount of time. Country F soldiers who rushed to the urban areas for support became the reactive ones. No one would have thought Celestial Trade would come up with such a radical and risky strategy to directly drop 2 brigades on City M instead of concentrating on eliminating the guerrillas on MLL Island. In the war, Celestial Trade used the reptile drone for the first time as an infantry fire support platform. The short-range rockets and small-caliber grenades were used to unleash fire on Country F soldiers. The two sides started to exchange fire at shopping malls, bus stations, roads, office buildings, and other locations to compete for control of the city's major traffic arteries. The battle was extremely tragic. Because fighting took place in the city and in the capital, Country F couldn't use artillery to support their frontline troops. It could only deploy armored battalions that were stationed nearby and sent tanks and armored vehicles to wipe out Moro's airborne troops. However, air superiority was in the hands of Celestial. With the hail of bullets falling from the sky, Country F's ground units were like chickens facing a hawk, and they could only flee in fear. As soon as anything was marked on the map, there would soon be a bomb or hail of bullets that smashed vehicles into scrap metal. In order to avoid being targeted by Aurora 20s, a Country F armored vehicle backed into Country F National Bank. However, an air-to-ground missile still hit the target. The exploding flames shredded the entire bank door into pieces. In order to end the battle as soon as possible, Celestial Trade could no longer avoid civilian casualties. Since they joined the war as mercenaries, Moro would be the eventual scapegoat. What's more, Country F's government didn't care. In addition to dropping in a brigade force, Celestial parachuted 1,000 drone hives to City M and released a total of 8,000 Hummingbird drones. They programmed 16 groups of drones to clean up the ground units in Country F. These groups of drones were like locusts, destroying everything in their path. Overlooking the Earth from space, all of City M looked like it was ravaged by fire. Smoke from the war burned from the suburbs to the city center, burned into the square in front of the presidential palace, and burned into the underground bunkers of high officials such as Aquino 4. The underground bunker was located below the presidential palace, about 500 meters deep. The bunker was designed to defend against nuclear strikes. The original intention of its design was to prevent the government and the command system of Country F from being paralyzed even in an emergency situation. However, at the moment, this underground bunker became a tomb that Country F had dug for itself. Sea Lion Special Forces led by Garrett exchanged fire with President guards on the square in front of the presidential palace. From the start of the assault to the surrender of the last President guard took less than 10 minutes. The staff of the presidential palace surrendered and put up their hands. When the life detection device was turned on, Garrett quickly found the entrance to the underground bunker and attacked with the special force. Almost no resistance was encountered along the way. Defense Minister Marshall Stark and President Aquino 4 surrendered. In the last room of the underground bunker, the Europe military consultant Moritz had shot himself after knowing they lost. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Aquino 4 stood in front of the camera in despair and broadcasted at the presidential palace, to the entirety of Country F, that he has surrendered. At 10:30, Country F formally ceased fire of its artilleries on the shores of Bohol Island. At 11:30, the 14th, 15th, and 17th Mountain Brigades who fought against Morrow, north of MLL, raised white flags and surrendered to Morrow 2nd Mountain Brigade. At 11:40, the three divisions of Country F on Leyte Island also announced their surrender to 6th Mechanized Division holding the beach. Then the 5th Mechanized Division sent a regiment to receive weapons and equipment, and then sent a battalion, equipped with radiation protection suits, to search for survivors. 2 minutes before 12 o'clock, Morrow declared the end of the war. The invaders were defeated. Protected by bodyguards, Jiang Chen and President Zhang went side by side through the airport's private passage. Celestial Trade took control of City M, and now he needed to travel to Country F immediately to contact UN observers. It was impossible for Morrow to occupy Country F for a long time. He must use the limited time to win more benefits for Celestial Trade. The capital condemned us for using intercontinental ballistic missiles in the war, as well as large-scale EMP weapons. It claimed that these weapons not only caused irreversible damage to the urban grid in City M but also caused devastating damage to civilian facilities. France, Germany and other countries condemned us. You don't need to tell me about being condemned. Do they have any substantial moves, said Jiang Chen as he walked toward the Gulfstream G650. Not for the time being, Zhang Yaping replied. For the time being, do they intend to wait until the peace talks are over? Jiang Chen nodded, didn't say anything, and boarded the plane on the runway. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Jiang Chen and XIN officials arrive in City M International Airport. Morrow 11th Airborne Brigade and 1st Armored Brigade that subsequently landed were stationed there. In order to avoid the United Nations request for an immediate withdrawal of troops, Jiang Chen evilly dissolved Country F's police system on the spot, and at the same time opened the prison on the ground that he wanted to create space for war criminals, and released all criminals other than terrorists, drug lords, and kidnappers. All members of the Congress and the senior officials of Country F were taken into custody. Now, the entire security in City M relied on the troops of Morrow. In this state of anarchy, Morrow could cease fire, but it would be impossible to withdraw its troops. Unless the United Nations sends a brigade peacekeeping force to Luzon Island, but that was obviously unrealistic. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen ordered the use of truth-telling serum on the president of Country F and the Minister of Defense, and they revealed all the secrets in their stomach. After landing in City M International Airport, Sea Lion Special Forces took over the security work. The streets were now extremely unsafe. From time to time there were irrational demonstrators who threw stones and Molotov cocktails at the soldiers standing at the checkpoints. In order to avoid any spillovers, Jiang Chen and the XIN officials did not take the highway. Instead, they boarded a Black Hawk helicopter and flew directly to the presidential palace. At the entrance to the palace, Jiang Chen met with 3 UN special observers. 2 of them were Europeans and 1 was Jewish. 2 UN peacekeeping troops with blue helmets stood next to them, 1 of them was Chinese. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the one peacekeeping soldier looked at him with admiration. Just a few hours ago, he did what they dreamed of doing. He smiled in a friendly manner, stepped in front of the UN observers, and politely extended his right hand. Welcome. This is not your territory. Welcome is a word you shouldn't use. The European said in English, but still extended his right hand. Oliver Rooney, from France, the UN observer responsible for this incident. My assistants, Mr. Mongala, and Mr. Kozinkin. Indifferent to Mr. Roon's coldness, Jiang Chen smiled and made a pleased gesture, and then he walked into the presidential palace. In the presidential palace, a Sea Lion Special Forces soldier stepped forward. He saluted and then handed a future phone to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen scrolled through the contents of the phone before a faint smile emerged. He tossed the phone on the table in the president's office and then opened the holographic screen. Where is Mr. Aquino for? I need to confirm that he has not been treated unfairly, Rooney said. Don't rush things. We are very civilized and we are more civilized than some people. Jiang Chen waved his hand to dismiss his request, and then he tapped on the holographic screen. Mr. Aquino is in jail and locked up next to his father. But before you meet him, I hope we can watch a video together. Rooney frowned and wanted to refuse, but the video was already playing. On the screen, the soldiers of the Sea Lion Special Forces were interrogating Aquino for. Due to the long video, Jiang Chen dragged his finger on the screen and quickly fast-forwarded to the key part of the interrogation, the nuclear weapon in Tacloban. Is the idea of Moritz. He told me that both air superiority and sea superiority are in the hands of celestial trade. If one wants to win, one must consider ways beyond the war. So you detonated a nuclear bomb in Tacloban? The soldier asked. When asked about this issue, Aquino IV's expression was slightly distorted, and apparently, he was quite resistant to this problem. However, the efficacy of the truth-telling liquid was absolute. After the soldier repeated the question, the expression on his face changed and he answered with frankness. Yes, he told me that as long as the weapon of mass destruction was detonated, all permanent members of the United Nations would not sit idly on this issue. It is only necessary to plant this on Moro and Celestial and the victor of the war would be us. The three observers' expressions all changed drastically. Jiang Chen was keenly aware of this, but he said nothing. He just smiled and continued to look at the holographic screen. But you lost. The soldier laughed. Yes, Aquino replied. Okay, then the last question. The soldier turned a page of the book on the table and asked, where did the nuclear weapon come from? Aquino's lips twitched and showed a stronger resistance than before. However, the soldier did not care and just raised his voice and repeated the question. Where did the nuclear weapon come from? This sentence was like a spell, breaking Aquino's psychological defense. This secret must remain a secret, but also because of the efficacy of the truth-telling serum, it was revealed. Israel. The video ended, and a commotion rose in the presidential palace. That's not possible. Jewish observer Kozinkin raged. Israel has no nuclear weapons and it's impossible to provide nuclear weapons to other countries. Your first sentence is a lie. Can I interpret the latter half of the sentence as, a lame excuse? Enjoying the angry expression on his face, Jiang Chen grinned. Israel in possession of nuclear weapons was not a secret internationally. At this point, even if he denied further, as just an observer, he didn't have any convictions or facts supporting otherwise. Olivier Rooney, an observer from France, stared coldly at Jiang Chen and said word by word. I'm sorry. Your interrogation is illegal, and the UN will not recognize illegal evidence. Only by ensuring that the parties are conscious can we determine the authenticity of this piece of evidence. As far as how the nuclear issue should be characterized, it must be investigated by UN observers. After all the evidence has been collected, the investigation will determine the final conclusion. Looking at Mr. Rooney's cold sight, Jiang Chen only smiled indifferently and shrugged. Is it? Okay, you're free to do your investigation, but I uploaded the video onto the internet already. Celestial Trade will also investigate the incident and report in real time on the official website. Instantly, the three observers' expression all changed. In particular, Kozinkin, the Israeli observer's expression was more dramatic than an Oscar winner. Rooney's face turned red as he pointed at Jiang Chen. I'm what? Jiang Chen raised his chin and stared at Rooney coldly. I believe that the United Nations is open, fair, and just, so please show your sincerity. Let me see that this is a fair trial, and not an unfair judgment through tinted glasses. Eyes shaking slightly, Rooney chose to divert the topic that was clearly unfavorable to him. You must immediate transfer Aquino and Marshal Stark to the United Nations Tribunal. This is a decision made by the Special Committee of the Moro Country F War. They should be judged by the United Nations Tribunal rather than being judged alone by one of the parties to the war. Before accepting the trias under international law, they should first accept the judgment of the Moro people. They must be prosecuted as the aggressors of war. Jiang Chen stared into Rooney's eyes and used an unyielding tone. Also, please pay attention to your rhetoric. This war was unilaterally provoked by Country F. Its name should be self-defense against Country F and not the **T name you gave. Overwhelmed by Jiang Chen's unyielding stance, the muscles on Rooney's face stiffened, and his throat was as uncomfortable as if a piece of cotton had been stuffed inside. The other two observers' faces were quite ugly. They did not think that Jiang Chen's reaction would have been so strong. After a long time, he only responded with a word. I will convey your message to the United Nations. He involuntarily dwarfed on his stance. I look forward to the news you bring back. Jiang Chen reached out and made a pleased gesture. Then he pointed to the door. Rooney fixed his eyes on Jiang Chen, fixed his collar and walked away with the group of observers. Jiang Chen was not bluffing. After the video was played, he uploaded it to the official website of Celestial Trade. Through the media controlled by Future Group, this video without violence was retransmitted to various media outlets and platforms. After the release of the interrogation video, the international community suddenly became rattled. Instantly, Country F nation and Israel, suspected of providing nuclear weapons to Country F, stood in the cusp of public opinion. Russia and Hua condemned Aquino for immediately. Russian President Putin, even more bluntly, expressed his opinion before reporters. Compared to a president, Aquino 4's behavior was more like a terrorist. The UA, which had previously strongly denounced Moro, was forced into an awkward position. UA turned deaf to Country F's shelling of City C and then denounced the airstrike Celestial Trade possible of increasing civilian casualties. After the nuclear crisis, it jumped out and demanded that Celestial Trade withdraw immediately. They then expressed shock and disbelief to the media during the massive airborne operation. And now it seemed that their series of interferences for preheating an armed intervention was as funny as a clown's act. It was not just the UA capital, but also the protesters in City M. In order to resist the aggressors, they spontaneously formed protest groups, large and small, and used violent or non-violent methods to throw stones, and even firecrackers at Moro soldiers occupying their capital. However, after the release of the video, their protests immediately turned into awkwardness. The nuclear bomb was not dropped by the aggressors as declared by Aquino 4, but it was an order from their beloved president. In front of the media, the Capitol spokesman Jay Carney held a press release in his hands, but his expression was quite tense. Celestial Trade used an unusual drug interrogation method during the interrogation process, which is illegal under the International Human Rights Convention. In addition, the interrogation itself was inconsistent with the procedure as it should be inquired by the UN tribunal. Please understand the message I'm conveying. I mean, everything has to follow the procedure. Investigate, collect evidence, open court. If we don't follow the procedures, what's the use of our law? The person who wrote the speech did not go into details on what he must say, while at the same time, the reporter's questions were also tricky and filled with traps. Mr. Carney, did you mean that the interrogation video released by Celestial Trade does not count as evidence? Asked the Times reporter. I didn't say that, but what I meant was. Well, the Capitol questions the legitimacy of the interrogation. What we want to know is who is behind the nuclear explosion. Please answer our questions. That has not yet been finalized. Celestial Trade has released the interrogation video. We don't want to know what the Capitol thinks about the interrogation process. We want to know who is behind all of this. Enough. Don't interrupt me. I want to ask your mother if she has ever taught you the etiquette of being a British gentleman. I said that it has not yet been decided. The Capitol is currently, Jay Carney finally snapped as he pointed at the journalist who kept giving him trouble. However, he regretted it immediately as soon as he said it. It was too late, and the next day the photo of him snapping at the reporter became the cover of Times, and was paired by the headline. When asked about whether the Tacloban nuclear explosion was related to Israel and whether the Jewish consortium had played a disgraceful role in the Moro Country F war, the capital spokesperson's response was rather unreasonable. Although the capital has evaded this topic, it is not difficult to see that there may be an unspoken secret behind this. The public opinion was shifting. However, at the moment, the capital was unable to deal with the shift in opinion. 24 hours passed since celestial trade parachuted in M-City. The president and the chief of staff did not close their eyes for a single minute as they gathered senior officials of Ministry of National Defense for more than 10 consecutive meetings. It was not because of the situation in Country F. It was because of the EMP that was launched from the seabed. In the conference room, the conference table was fully occupied. The people gathered around there was the hierarchy of UA's power. Not only senior officials of the Department of Defense were present, but also the politicians made a rare visit this conference room. From the left-hand side of the Secretary of Defense Ashton Carter, were President Hill, her Chief of Staff, and the National Security Advisor. The atmosphere at the conference table was tense. Everyone had a gloomy expression on their faces. The door of the conference room was pushed open, and a young man dressed in a suit holding a thick stack of documents strolled in. "Morel, you are late." Ashton Carter was not pleased. "Sorry, it took a while to print these materials. What happened to my seat?" "There are a lot of people today." Sighing, Mr. Carter looked at the assistant standing next to him. "Help Mr. Morel bring in a chair." "Okay." The assistant nodded and headed out. Hill exchanged look with her chief of staff and then looked at Ashton. "Since everyone is here, can we start?" "Of course," Ashton nodded, looking at Morel. "Well, let's start with the Guam military base." "Okay, boss." Morel immediately turned the document to the page on Guam. He couldn't bother with the chair anymore as he started to read the document standing up. At 3 in the morning, on July 24, Celestial Trade launched a Dolphin 10 ballistic missile from a submarine missile silo located in western part of the Pacific. When the missile rose to the stratosphere, it briefly appeared on the THAAD anti-missile system deployed at the Guam military base. Briefly appeared? Hill's eyebrows raised. Her pen gently tapped on the book as she interrupted Morel's speech. "I want to know how many minutes briefly refers to." Morel's expression suddenly turned peculiar when he heard the question, and he gave a subtle glimpse at his boss Ashton. However, the latter did not seem to take the hint and said impatiently. "The president asked you a question, don't waste our time." "Yes," Morel quickly nodded and looked at Hill. After he hesitated for a moment, he finally decided to tell the truth to everyone around the table. 2 seconds. The conference room went quiet. Although it had been quiet all along, Morel felt a deathly silence at the very moment. "Thanks." Taking the chair from the assistant, Morel felt relieved as he whispered and sat in his chair. The feeling of being focused on by everyone, he couldn't take a second longer. Silence continued for a while around the conference table, and Hill broke the silence and said to Ashton. "If the Ministry of Defense's budget is not enough, you can just tell me. There is no need to play games in this meeting." Ashton was completely dumbfounded and had yet to recover from the 2-second figure. 2 seconds. How could this be possible? From the Moro War of Independence, Celestial Trade forced UA to compromise with intercontinental ballistic missiles, and the UA strengthened its anti-missile deployment at the Guam military base. Not only is the most advanced THAAD system deployed at Guam, but the radar of the original Patriot 3 air defense system was also updated, but now, the head of the military base in Guam told him that they only observed the missile for 2 seconds. Moreover, the missile was observed in the most easily captured stage and most likely to be intercepted. The acceleration phase from the launch point to the low orbit. Seeing that the boss was silent, Morel thought that he needed to help him, so he continued. "No, it has nothing to do with the budget. The invisibility technology of Dolphin 10 is extremely advanced. Not just us, our allies, Nippon, didn't even notice Celestial Trade launched a ballistic missile. What do you do with the $600 billion budget we give you each year? How could you not even catch a missile from a tiny country? An official cursed in anger. This can't be blamed on us entirely. We are developing anti-missile technology. They are also upgrading ballistic missile technology. Explain it to the taxpayers. The conference table was full of noise and shouting. Hill, who was the first to speak, was silent. Using an intercontinental ballistic missile to launch at a neighboring country that was a few hundred kilometers apart was no different from hitting a mosquito with a cannon. Obviously, Celestial Trade had other motives. Explicitly, it was targeting Country F, but in fact it was testing the capability of THAAD. If the system wouldn't be able to discover missiles, then never mind the anti-ballistic missiles. Hill suddenly pessimistically discovered that Celestial Trade was ahead of the UA in both EMP and missile technology. The horrors of M-City have already proved the terrifying power of EMP weapons against modern civilization. The entire city was turned back into the Stone Age overnight, from traffic to social order, all were destroyed. There was no pollution residue, not even death, but the consequences were even more terrifying than killing tens of thousands of people. If EMP detonates over any of the UA city, Hill couldn't even imagine it, but one thing would be certain. The economy of the entire world would regress by at least 2 decades. Since the Cuban Missile Crisis, the national security situation in the UA had never been so severely tested. Immediately increased the research and development budget for anti-EMP technology. I don't want to wait until the EMP hits us, only the tanks and armored vehicles will be able to move in the country. Also the anti-missile system. If THAAD fails, we will change to something else. Within 5 months, I need a solution. If that doesn't work, then people need to be replaced. Hill stared at Ashton in dead seriousness. The latter held his breath and nodded in stiffness. I promise. Then, today's meeting is over. Hill stood up. Morrill, who saw Hillary plan to leave, immediately said as he had not completed the report. Wait, there are cybersecurity issues. In Celestial Trade cyber attacks against Country FS, we sent network security experts to remotely assist Country F government defense, and we lost. Hill looked at Morrill without any expression, and her eyes began to narrow along with her wrinkles. I don't want to hear you report on your incompetence. I hope you can have solutions as soon as possible. Yes, Morrill swallowed, then stiffly nodded. Immediately afterward, Hill looked to her chief of staff. Help me adjust my schedule. Cancel all afternoon and evening plans and leave the rest of the day open. I need to go to see the United Nations. EMP weapons must be restricted. Later I will go to the CIB. Tell them to wait for me in the office. Okay. The chief of staff nodded. In addition, send John Kerry to City M. We must have a conversation with Jiang Chen. Inside City M, the protesting crowd was still in heated conflict with Moro soldiers, but the protesters' morale had not been as high as it was 2 days ago. Their goal was to fight against the invaders, and the chanting slogan was to support the leadership of President Aquino IV. However, the video released by Celestial Trade made all protesters taste the feeling of betrayal. The leader they trusted and supported was a culprit who pressed the nuclear button in Tacloban. Suspicion sprouted in the hearts of every Country F citizen. Once the young people became suspicious of the legitimacy of the former regime, all the resistance forces turned vulnerable. The armored vehicle of Moro's 1st Armored Brigade, accompanied by its proud infantry, stepped on each main road in City M. Behind the armored vehicles was a high-powered broadcast. Every day, Aquino IV and Marshal Stark's confession repeatedly played in the streets of M City about the nuclear incident in Tacloban. The voice echoing in the streets and lanes was like a curse, afflicting every patriot who still possessed illusions and hopes for the country. They had already endured the pain of defeat, now they must be tortured by lies and betrayals and taste the humiliation and pain. It was really despairing to witness, they totally deserved it. The EMP rendered almost all electronic equipment in City M useless. The entire city's supply of water and electricity collapsed. Necessities in the city had also fallen into a state of extreme deprivation as a direct consequence. At present, international aid organizations had sent a total of 21,000 tons of relief supplies to Country F, including food, tablets, and various household items. As the Country F government was already paralyzed, the relief supplies were issued on behalf of Moro at military checkpoints in City M. However, these necessities only prevented people from starving. 80% of corporate companies requested bankruptcy protection. Shops and supermarkets all closed their doors. People unable to buy necessities could only rely on relief supplies. But even if the shops opened, they wouldn't be able to buy anything. With the defeat of Country F, the currency devalued into waste paper overnight. A banknote with the largest denomination could not even purchase a roll of toilet paper. In contrast, the US dollar and Chinese yuan became the stable currencies in the occupied territories. In addition, cigarettes and tampons were also quite highly sought after on the black market. $10, or even a few Dove chocolates, or a pack of self-heating rations, could be exchanged for a girl's virginity. A bag of powdered milk or a box of cold medicine could buy the chastity of a dignified female. Even with the strict military discipline of celestial trade, the commanders turned a blind eye to the soldiers' actions during their private times. As long as it didn't happen during the post, as long as it was not by force, no one intervened. What's more, from another perspective, there were good deeds, after all. After occupying City M, Jiang Chen convened the opposition party in Country F for the first time, elected obedient members and politicians, and formed the transitional government prior to the UN meeting, and threw all the administrative affairs of the occupied area to the transitional government. The United Nations, led by Western countries, certainly did not recognize the legitimacy of the transitional government. But it didn't mean anything. Jiang Chen immediately ordered the newly established transitional government to do one thing. Disarmament of 40,000. The army would retain a small number of light weapons and light vehicles. The army would be reorganized into a gendarmerie, or also known as military police. It would enforce the law in place of the disbanded police system in the occupied territories and maintain the provisional constitution of the transitional government. Following this, Hua and Russia stated that they recognized the transitional government of Country F and urged the transitional government to stabilize the situation, and re-elect at an early date to restore peace and stability. Before the UN's meeting on the establishment of the transitional government of Country F, Jiang Chen not only complete the formation of the transitional government in advance but also brought 2 permanent members to his side. Then even if Western countries tried to make a fuss through the United Nations and request the reorganization of the transitional government of Country F, Jiang Chen, at least, had 2 votes against it. As for the protests in Country F, frankly speaking, Jiang Chen did not care how they protested. Even if they complained before the international media and shaped themselves as victims, they could not change the fact that they were aggressors. What's more, they protested from the day they were defeated. The demonstration did not stop for a single moment. The entire nation was under the military control of Moro, and the intense protesting didn't create any obstacles. As for the establishment of gendarmerie to take over the security of the nation, it was a move mainly to fix the mess. It would be impossible for Moro to keep such a large-scale garrison in Country F. Not to mention the UA would not agree, Moro's own finances could not afford it. These troops cost a lot of money to be in foreign countries even just for a second. Celestial Trade already began to withdraw its troops, and only retained 2 military bases in City M and a brigade. The Hilton Hotel near the Presidential Palace was purchased by Jiang Chen from the sale of the Hilton Group, which sold off its assets in Country F, for a minimal price of $20 million. It had been transformed into office space for celestial trade in the country. In addition to more than a dozen diplomats, there were also 200 fully armed soldiers stationed there, as well as special commissioners dispatched by Moro. Jiang Chen still had some things to take care, so he temporarily resided there. 2 days ago he lived in the presidential palace, but now the Sea Lion Special Forces have returned it to the transitional government. The UN peacekeeping forces have arrived on Lady Island. Today, at noon, our soldiers have withdrawn from the suburbs of Tacloban. In the holographic screen, Ivan reported the situation to him. Very well, the United Nations has finally taken over the mess. Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair, lifted Aisha's brewed coffee, took a sip and smiled. How many people came? 1,000 people. Jiang Chen nodded, taking into account the population of the survivors of Tacloban, it was the figure he estimated. Ivan seemed to be somewhat reserved, but he finally decided to say. Is it really okay to allow the United Nations to control Lady Island? Why not? Jiang Chen laughed. Now the entire island is a mess. If we don't throw it at the United Nations, we would have to let our people take on the risk and repair the grid for Country F that is filled in radiation. City M is enough. Don't bite off more than we can chew. No, I mean, if the investigation is fully handed over to the United Nations, will the Freemasonry use its influence in the International Tribunal to make unfair decisions on the investigation results? Jiang Chen shook his head. Following the procedure, from the investigation to evidence collection to the court hearing, when do you think the verdict result will come out? Then, Jiang Chen put the coffee cup back on the table and raised 3 fingers. 3 years, and the fastest will be 3 years. The more important the matter, the more complex the investigation and evidence collection process. We already have the advantage in public opinion. The international community already has a preconceived notion of this event. If they intend to change the verdict, then they must drag the investigation and evidence collection process on for as long as possible to add more uncertainties. Then, Ivan opened his mouth but was soon interrupted. Then, the question is. Looking at his subordinate with confidence, Jiang Chen crossed his fingers on the table and said with certainty. Will they still last for that long? The Freemasonry had not moved for the time being. The UA was the first to react. Although Jiang Chen suspected that the UA would contact him, he did not expect the UA's Secretary of State, John Kerry, to pay a personal visit. The UA's Secretary of State, nominated by the former president, as Hill's successor, was described as sophisticated in diplomacy. He was praised by the UA media as a rare diplomacy star in the history of the UA. Due to his high evaluation during his term of office, he received a nomination from the new president after the previous president's term ended. The Secretary of State personally paying a visit could only mean one thing. The EMP did indeed scare the UA. Welcome, Mr. Kerry. What brought you here? The friendliness across the Pacific Ocean. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Jiang Chen. At City M International Airport, Jiang Chen stood at the runway of the airport. He smiled and extended his hand to Mr. Kerry, who had stepped off the plane. The latter also enthusiastically took his hand and expressed his gratitude for his greeting. If people didn't know the grudges between the two sides, in the eyes of others, the two were simply like friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Their actions didn't look like they just met for the first time. After exchanging greetings, accompanied by Sea Lion Special Forces, Jiang Chen took Kerry to the front of the fleet responsible for transportation. Looking at the Lincoln's limousine sandwiched between armored vehicles, Kerry was dumbfounded. If it wasn't for the fact that I have come to City M before, I would have questioned if my captain was drunk and sent me to Baghdad by mistake. Although it was only a joke, it certainly carried a satire tone. Kerry's message was nothing more than to express that Moro and celestial trade had become the destroyers of regional stability. A stable country was turned into Iraq in Southeast Asia. However, when he said this, he apparently selectively forgot that the status quo in Baghdad was caused by the invasion of UA. Believe me, this is definitely better than Iraq. Jiang Chen smiled. I hope so, Carrie shrugged and said without refuting. Sure enough, with armored vehicles to clear the way, no one came to cause trouble. The security level was high not because of the protesters who threw stones and Molotov cocktails, it was mainly to prevent the Freemasonry from sending out assassins. While the appearance of this Lincoln didn't look extravagant, each of its glass had been replaced by higher density graphene and each inch of the vehicle had been replaced by grade A steel. Even anti-tank rifles would not be able to hurt the passengers inside. The two armored vehicles, both in the front and back, acted as minesweepers to prevent possible roadside bombs. Jiang Chen's safety was the responsibility of by both the Sea Lions Special Forces and the Ghost Agents. Even if the Israeli Mossad came, it would be a one-way trip for them. Sitting in the vehicle, Carrie made no mention of the details of this diplomatic visit. Both men talked about basketball and then turned their conversation to golf. Neither talked about issues related to international politics. Seeing that he did not plan to bring forward the issue, Jiang Chen did not pursue the topic either. Carrie was sent to the hotel where he stayed, and Jiang Chen returned to the Hilton Hotel. When returning to the presidential suite on the top floor, Aisha had prepared a delicious dinner for him. At the entrance, she took over the suit jacket in Jiang Chen's hands. While hanging up the jacket, she reported to him on the information collected by the ghost agents. 2 days ago the UA Department of Defense held a secret meeting at the Capitol. After the meeting, Minister Ashton immediately raised the research and development budget for anti-strategic EMP weapons and high-orbit interception systems. In addition, after the meeting, Hill went to New York to meet with the Secretary General of the United Nations. According to the analysis of the National Intelligence Bureau, the UA may restrict the use of EMP weapons through the establishment of a UN convention. Jiang Chen nodded and stopped for a moment at the entrance before he asked Aisha. What about Europe? Is there news of Carmen? Not yet. Aisha's expression didn't look too great when it came to this matter. Carmen's last public appearance was 2 months ago. In mid-June, he appeared at a product release event of Daimler Group. Then he evaporated from the world. Is that so? It seems that from June this year, he has been guarding me. Jiang Chen smiled and was not surprised. Assassination was the lowest tactic, but it was also one of the most effective tactics. If the level 33 members of the Freemasonry were all eliminated, then the Freemasonry would be destroyed. However, these capital predators were no easier to assassinate than the President of the United States. Presidents traveled with the media, but for capitalists like Carmen, even if the media wanted to interview him, they wouldn't be able to pinpoint their location. The wealthier, the more afraid of death. Jiang Chen himself believed in his sentiment. The Rothschild family's investment in the safety of its members was no less than their investment in wineries. In order to confirm the positions of the high-level Freemasonry, and to even carry out assassinations, ghost agents would face at least Mossad-level opponents. Technology could bring advantages, but the advantages were not absolute. In order to prevent infiltration by the intelligence agencies of other countries, when the ghost agents absorbed new members, the choices were often those who had no experience in intelligence work. Also, they specifically targeted young people. Although this guaranteed loyalty, there was no way to make up for the lack of experience of actual intelligence workers. Do we need to send more field agents to Europe? Aisha asked, unable to admit defeat. No, that's good for now. Jiang Chen shook his head. Suddenly, he seemed to recollect something. Yes, that mansion in Bav, have you checked the place out? We checked. Carmen is not there. Aisha shook her head. Not Carmen, I want to ask, is old Rothschild doing okay? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Although he and the Rothschild were no longer on friendly terms, he still felt good about the old man who lived by the lake. Even now, he still remembered what the old man said that night, and the greasy chicken that he made. It was not delicious by any means, but compared to the treats at the banquet, it was a different flavor. Aisha took a moment to think, obviously not expecting Jiang Chen to suddenly ask about this. She didn't have a deep impression of the old man because she did not attend the banquet with Jiang Chen. However, in the intelligence collected by the ghost agents, it mentioned the old man. After earnestly recalling, she reported. His health condition is good. I heard, the former head of the family is constructing a ship by the lake. Is the ship built? Asked Jiang Chen. It's done. Do we need to keep an eye on him? Aisha titled her head. No, it's just my personal curiosity. There is no need to send someone to monitor him. Glancing at the wall clock on the wall, it was already late. Jiang Chen rubbed Aisha's hair to end the topic of work. It's late. Let's get breakfast. Feeling the warmth on her head along with his big hand, Aisha nodded tenderly. The food is ready. I'll go bring it up. Jiang Chen smiled and reached for her slim waist, and whispered in her ear. Let's go together. Her gorgeous face turned into a ripe apple and she shyly closed her eyes. Aha! After arriving in Country F, John Kerry did not rush to make a deal with Jiang Chen. Instead, he met with Santos, the president of Moro, and the current president of the transitional government, Bautista. However, based on the informant response collected by the ghost agents on both sides, Kerry did not achieve any desired results in the talks, especially not with the current president of the transitional government. Although Kerry offered a lot of incentives and promises such as, help Country F resolve the MLL issue, help Country F rebuild its economy, help with, and so on, Bautista remained unmoved and clung to the thigh of celestial trade. Disregard the fact that their army had yet to withdraw from City M, even if they did withdraw, when did the promises ever get fulfilled? Bautista knew very clearly that the issue of Country F was seen favorably by the UA. The UA needed Country F to act as a stronghold in the South Asia region to exert its influence, so it made these promises. However, the Jewish consortium controlled Country F's economy. The WASP consortium with an advantage in the capital did not intend to honor the promises made due to political needs. At this time, if the transitional government continued to hold on to its diplomatic tactics of depending on Nippon and the UA, it would be completely foolish. Finally, on the third day of Kerry's visit to City M, without making any progress, he had to go to the Hilton Hotel where the sign had been replaced by Celestial Trade City M office. With the lead of Celestial Trade soldiers, he came to the meeting room to meet Jiang Chen. Leaning against the sofa, Jiang Chen looked at Mr. Kerry as he walked in with a grin. Long time no see, Mr. Kerry, how have you been recently? Jiang Chen's ridicule made Kerry awkward because he had almost no progress in the past 3 days. It's not bad. As a long-time diplomat, his true thoughts didn't show on his face. He smiled and sat across Jiang Chen, then turned his gaze to the bottle of red wine on the table. He started the conversation with a casual topic. Domaine de la Romanie Conti, good lord, I heard that the price per bottle is comparable to its equivalent weight in gold. I've only seen it in Hollywood movies. Produced in 1945. $600,000. Jiang Chen motioned to the waiter to open the cork and pour a glass for the two. He then looked at Kerry and said, when Hilton sold this hotel to me, they also transferred the fine wines in the cellar to me. I live with traditional values where we treat our guests with good wine. Today, with an important guest visiting, wouldn't it be inappropriate without it? I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to drink such expensive wine. It doesn't matter. It's not the capital. Jiang Chen lifted the glass and gestured for a toast. You don't have to use the tactics in the capital here. Please be straightforward. Then I'll directly get to the topic. In the end, he did not touch the glass of wine. Kerry hid the smile on his face and put on a serious gesture. What do you really want? What do we want? When Jiang Chen heard Kerry's question, he suddenly chuckled. Do you mean, is this war provoked by me? Mr. Jiang Chen, since you want me to be straightforward, then let's not go in circles. Kerry shook his head. You and I are both no. I don't mean this war. What do you mean? Jiang Chen slightly narrowed his eyes. On what terms will you remove the missiles deployed under the Pacific Ocean? Carrie stared at Jiang Chen. The atmosphere in the conference room gradually cooled down. Jiang Chen put down the glass and spread his hands. This issue is not a problem at all because we absolutely cannot remove those missiles. Your missiles have seriously threatened regional and global stability. If you do not plan to trigger a new round of the arms race, I urge you to consider this issue in a serious and responsible manner. Not that, so why doesn't your party give up all nuclear weapons in order to maintain love and peace? I also ask you to consider my proposal seriously and responsibly. Jiang Chen interrupted Carrie's words and said with a smile. Jiang Chen's words made Carrie pause for a moment. He did not expect Jiang Chen to use such a rogue tactic to stop him. After some thought, Carrie recollected the strategy in his mind and slowed down his voice. The unilateral abandonment of nuclear weapons by the UA will not bring about a positive impact on the global situation. Instead, it will adversely accelerate the deterioration of global stability. In addition, we are discussing the matter of EMP and the problem of your deployment of intercontinental missiles in the Pacific Ocean. Please do not mention these irrelevant topics. Is that so? It seems to me that the two are completely one issue. Jiang Chen laughed. If you are unwilling to give up nuclear weapons, then what reason is there to demand that we give up EMPs? In my honest opinion, EMPs are more environmental and safer than nuclear weapons. But in terms of danger, both are equivalent. Carrie said word by word, if you refuse, then we will deploy B-2 bombers at the military base in Guam. However, contrary to Carrie's expectation, Jiang Chen did not react to his threat. Silence continued for a long time between the two. After a long wait, Jiang Chen saw that Carrie did not continue, raised his eyebrows and broke the silence, and then. Jiang Chen's words stunned Carrie. I already told you everything. If you do not withdraw the missile, we will put strategic bombers at your doorstep. And then? Of course, I can't be so straightforward. Carrie coughed and went on. It seems that Mr. Jiang did not understand what I meant, so I will explain it in detail. The B-2 bomber is a stealth strategic bomber that the UA military is proud of. It is inappropriate for me to mention more about this bomber, and you can find more information on the internet. I will only emphasize on one point: the B-2 bomber has nuclear strike capabilities, and you should understand what I mean. Jiang Chen smiled. I thought you were planning to say something else. If several B-2 bombers can make you feel safe, then feel free to drop them off at our doorstep. You are not afraid? Carrie did not comprehend. Why should I be scared? Jiang Chen sat up and leaned forward slightly. Where you place your nuclear bomb offers no difference to us. M.D. I believe you won't be unfamiliar with this term. After all, this is the theory you put forward. M.D. Mutual Assured Destruction, was proposed by the Secretary of Defense McNamara during the Cold War. Although it had always been denied by the government, this mechanism had been the idea used by the United States and the Soviet Union in the arms race and had been used up to this day and age. If the UA used nuclear weapons against Xian one day in the future, then celestial trade's EMP would also allow the UA to return to the Stone Age overnight. That being the case, where the UA placed the nuclear weapons had no effect on Jiang Chen. Looking at Carrie's nervous look, Jiang Chen used a slightly more moderate tone. Peaceful development and friendly relationships are the consistent diplomatic positions of Xian. As the guardian of Xian, celestial trade promises that the EMP weapons will only be used for defense and counterattack and will not be used aggressively. Jiang Chen then looked at Carrie, and said. If you insist on asking us to give up EMP weapons, then we also ask you to set an example and destroy all nuclear weapons. If not, then, Jiang Chen chuckled and stopped talking. Although he did not finish the last sentence, the meaning he expressed was already clear. If not, then go back to the capital with your double standards. In the City M court, Aquino IV stood in the defendant position without any color on his face, his eyes stared blankly at the pattern on the floor tiles. At the moment, his face was paler than when he was just injected with truth-telling serum. The handcuffed arms were almost as thin as sticks. In order to prevent UN observers from mistaking that he was treated inhumanely in prison, before the trial, prison guards forced down him 2 high-calorie nutrient supplies under Jiang Chen's instructions. The indignation of the public prosecutor drew the applause of the jury. However, all this was quiet and inaudible, just like flies buzzing around his ears. It wasn't until the judge's verdict that he raised his head. The accused Aquino is sentenced to life imprisonment for dereliction of duty, crimes against humanity, crimes against public security, war crimes, with a total of 15 counts. The sentencing will be executed immediately after the court trial with no parole and medical treatment during the sentence. The judge's words were like heavy hammer strikes that rang the death bell of Aquino's heart. He was full of regret. He regretted being tempted by Rothschild's words, regretted fighting this stupid war, and regretted agreeing to Moritz's crazy plan. However, regretting was futile. Because of this lapse of judgment, he was nailed to the pole of shame in history. He hated the fact that the judge did not give him a death penalty. Go. The gendarmerie said coldly, his hands pressed on Aquino's shoulders. Looking at the young gendarmerie, looking at his hateful eyes, Aquino wondered why he wanted to laugh. However, he didn't manage to laugh. The gendarmerie pushed him out of the court with indifference. Not only did he bring Country F to the abyss of defeat, but he also ordered the use of nuclear weapons against his own citizens. He had become the sinner of the entire country. Especially those young people who once supported him. Even compared to Moro people who praising their victory to City M, they hated him more. Next, Defendant Stark, the last thing he heard was the judge's voice without emotion. After Aquino was taken away, the trial continued. As the perpetrators of war, both Aquino and Marshal Stark were sentenced to life imprisonment and detained in the notorious Quezon City prison in City M. In fact, at the very beginning, the court was preparing to give the 2 death sentences. However, taking into account the pressure from the international community and the abolition of the death penalty in Country F's criminal law, the Supreme Court's judges changed their final judgment to life imprisonment after considering Jiang Chen's proposal. For them, death was a relief. Sometimes living was a more cruel punishment. The remaining war criminals were each sentenced to more than 20 years and less than 50 years of imprisonment. Although there was a time limit on these sentencings, the age of these war criminals meant that the sentences they received were no different from life imprisonment. Since the war had ended, the mess had also been cleaned up. Then the real liquidation should begin. In late August, the F-country transitional government verified the accounts of the former regime's state treasury. Based on the reasons of indirectly supporting the war of aggression, the transitional government froze the assets of many parties that allegedly funded war criminal Aquino IV, including Rothschild Bank. This move immediately caused strong dissatisfaction in countries from the European Union. However, at this moment, there was no use for them being dissatisfied. The only thing they could do was to cancel the $20 million in aid originally provided to the transitional government. However, more than $10 billion in assets had been nationalized by the Country F transitional government. The peso became just mere papers with printed colors, and now the finances of the country were under duress. The properties previously belonging to the Rothschild Bank, the mines of the BHP mining group, and the plantations and sugar factories of the Louis Dreyfus were all sold off by the transitional government in need of funding. Most of these assets liquidated at a low price and eventually fell into Jiang Chen's pocket. With a low price of $6 billion, the 20 billion assets invested by the Jewish consortium in Country F were stripped clean. As the behind-the-scenes controller of the transitional government, Jiang Chen earned a lot. The money was spent from his personal account, so it was not within the assets of Future Group. However, in order to facilitate the management of these assets, he used a symbolic price of $1 to pour these trophies to his left hand. Future Bank and Future People Group would manage these assets. As the saying goes, the more debt you have, the less you're worried. Anyway, Jiang Chen already was on bad terms with the Freemasonry, and did not care how much more he would do. It would dumb to care about their past relationships in this hostile state. Just like this, future groups withdraw from the European Union that costed billions immediately got paid back by the Freemasonry. Not only did billions of dollars worth of investments go down the drain, all of the assets in Country F were liquidated. It was no exaggeration to say that within this month, the direct losses of the Rothschild family amounted to $20 billion. And several Jewish consortia that were inextricably linked to Freemasonry had a loss that added up to more than $35 billion. In theory, with such terrible losses, it would be absolutely impossible for these Jewish consortia to give up. However, at this moment, even if they just wanted to retaliate against Future Group, they had no energy left. While the entire world was focused on Southeast Asia, Ukraine, far behind the globe, was quietly brewing a dramatic change. On the evening of August 20th, militants stationed in Donetsk launched a new round of offensive attacks against the Ukrainian government forces west of the ceasefire line, destroying the mortars and howitzers used to harass the western defense line of Donetsk. Although the two sides reached a ceasefire under the mediation of the United Nations, the ceasefire in the true sense had never been honored. Although no one had crossed the ceasefire line, sporadic mutual artillery attacks had always been the daily greeting of both parties. The artillery shells that had fallen to the east of the ceasefire line were produced by the European Union's military factories, and those that fell to the west were produced in Moscow. Now grudges over the years have finally been ignited. The Kremlin knew clearly, this time was Russia's golden opportunity to recover eastern Ukraine. If they didn't act this time, then it would be impossible to find another good opportunity. Under the secret support of Russia, the militant forces in eastern Ukraine drove government troops from the ceasefire line to the other side of Dnieper. Recovering all of the territory, Donetsk and Lugansk held successive referenda to prepare to replicate the Crimean model and merge into the Russian Federation. NATO's energy was contained in the Turkish Civil War and the Southeast Asian nuclear crisis. The Ukrainian crisis that broke out at this time undoubtedly caught the unprepared EU and UA off guard. The battle in their own front lawn forced the Freemasonry to temporarily shift its strategic focus to Central European. As for how much chips the EMP could add to Russia's response to NATO, it was not what Jiang Chen could foresee. The game between superpowers, and the game between superpowers and small countries, was played using completely different rules. At this moment, Jiang Chen was busy digesting the loot discarded by the Jews, and had no time to manage such a distant issue. The second round of battle against the Freemasonry resulted in the victory of Future Group. The summer was approaching its end, and City M's temperature was much milder than it was some time ago. The prisoners of war were locked into prison and the post-war liquidation ended. The transitional government took over the affairs of the country and the tension eased down. At present, the troops of Moro still occupied City M. The scars of the war were still visible on the streets. The war refugees queuing for food at the military checkpoints were a lot less than before. MLL Island was developing industries at lightning speed. Many food processing plants, paper mills and garment factories had sprung up. People who couldn't find a job in City M began to migrate south. They took a boat trip to MLL Island to test their luck in Quezon. Although the war between the two countries had just ended, the unification of many years meant there is a connection still existed between the two countries. The relationship between the transitional government and Santos was friendly. To ease the strained domestic employment pressure, the two sides signed a special visa-free agreement to facilitate the unemployed in City M to work in MLL Island. Moro's industry was in its infancy and it needed these technical talents from City M. In early September, with the help of State Grid, the power grids in City M's downtown and industrial areas managed to recover. As for when the power grid in City M could return to pre-war levels, the estimated time was close to a year. At the moment, on the outskirts of City M, production had resumed in large and small plantations. In the entire City M and even in the entire southern part of Province L, the only industry that suffered the least loss was the plantations with little to none technology. Although orders from mainland continued to decrease, it was fortunate that relations between Country F and XIN eased after the transitional government took power. XIN lowered tariffs on 21 items including bananas, mangoes, coconuts and iron ore from the country. Orders from XIN eased the pressure on these plantations, allowing those unsaleable fruits to be disposed of at a price acceptable by farmers. For years, the border friction and celestial trade's part in the Moro Country F war contributed to hostility towards XIN. However, these fruit farmers who obtained the benefits were undoubtedly grateful that XIN's businesspeople saved them. Among them, with Future Group taking the lead, Future Biology almost purchased their entire inventory. At the moment, the refugees who came from the city to work in the countryside were helping to carry a box of fruit on a wooden cart and to carry the goods to the dock with horses. The trucks in the plantation broke down and the new vehicles had not yet arrived. Before that, they could only use this primal method. Some of these people who carried goods were wearing leather shoes and even wearing dress pants. Obviously they didn't look like farmers, but they were doing labors much harder. The bitterness was only known to them throughout City M, very few companies didn't close down, and only a few decent or professional jobs remained. Although several large industrial parks had resumed their power supply, none of the factories were operational. It was not just the power grid that the EMP destroyed, but also the production lines and machines. Without production machines, and just electricity, they couldn't just plug themselves in to do the work. When discussing about the negative impact of EMP on Country F's industry, it must be necessary to mention the pure electric vehicle companies that Jiang Chen purchased earlier in Europe. Previously, due to a series of sanctions imposed by the European Union, many pure electric vehicle companies such as Luer with a market value of several billion US dollars declined to the point of bankruptcy. At that time, Jiang Chen gave orders to move Luer and other companies from Europe to Asia, to settle into the new Malaysia Special District and to give up Europe and focus on markets in Hua, Nippon, and South Korea. Luer was undoubtedly in despair when he executed the order. However, not 2 months passed and the situation immediately turned around. It was not because of anything else. It was because of the EMP detonated over City M. Within the scope of EMP strikes, vehicles throughout City M turned into scrap metal, and the sales of the nation's motor vehicles were in high demand. The collapse of the transportation system was even more vexing than the collapse in the production system. Affected by this, the demand for cars in Country F soared and the performance of Luer motor skyrocketed. Especially for pickup trucks and small and medium-sized trucks, many companies restoring its logistic network even went into debt to purchase vehicles. In this environment, with its reliability and relatively low selling price, Luruca's brand conquered half of the automobile markets in Country F. In order to fill this large market gap, Luruca continuously issued orders for its assembly plant to expand. At the same time, it combined Future Heavy Industries and a number of other electric vehicle manufacturers to invest in the construction of solar power charging stations in major cities to further consolidate its current market position. To maintain long-term dependencies, it was by no means a contract, but an economic dependency. What Jiang Chen needed was for every piece of iron ore mined in Country F to be directly or indirectly processed by XIN's steel plants. Every grain produced in Country F must go through the Future Group's food processing plant before returning to their own dinner table. At that time, even if the transitional government was disbanded and the new president elected by the Country F national election was not Bardista. For the sake of the employment rate and GDP data, they must continue to stay on board Future Group's vessel. Having stayed in City M for a month, the affairs on hand were completed. Jiang Chen flew back to Koro Island. Walking out of the airport and watching the crowded street, Jiang Chen finally had the feeling of returning to a civilized society. When staying in City M, it was quite inconvenient. Every time he needed to go somewhere, there were armored vehicles and there were at least 2 people standing in front of the door. Fortunately, now that he was back, that life should be over. Unlike the rundown City M, the developing Xian was thriving. The war against neighboring countries did not affect the lives of the people of Xian. On the contrary, due to the depreciation of the peso, the cost of living on Coral Island was much lower than before. Especially fruits and food. In mid-September, the first shipments of rice, cabbage, and carrots from the seabed finally landed in the farmers' markets in Coral Island and Penglai. Since there was no need to worry about insect pests, these agricultural products were free from pesticides, and they had truly reached their natural state, pollution-free. Due to the ocean's carbon dioxide-rich environment and constant temperatures, these crops produced on the seabed were often better and more delicious than those cultivated on land. The grains of rice were like pearls, the steamed rice soft and delicious and addictive to chew on. The Chinese cabbages were oozing with water and looked like jade, nutritious and delicious for consumption. These agricultural products would be competitive regardless of which country's market they were sold on. And most critically, these crops were cheap. Because it was produced in the country, not only were there no custom duties, even the corporate income tax enjoyed policy subsidies. In addition, because pesticides were not required, the dimensional configuration with fishes being raised on the top and vegetables grown below eliminated the need for fertilizers. The highly mechanized farming process required little manpower. If the one-time investment in the construction of submarine farm project was not considered, the cost of these rice grown on the seabed would be at least 30% lower than the imports from Thailand and Australia. Matthew Greya, the former CEO of Sunrice Australia, is currently serving as the CEO of Xian Ocean Agriculture, a subsidiary of Future Group. Some time ago, the Future Group's acquisition of Sunrice assets was stopped by Cargill. The wealthy Future Group immediately launched an attack on Sunrice. Because the terms offered by Future Group were lucrative, and Matthew himself was quite optimistic about the prospects submarine farming, he did not hesitate to accept the olive branch thrown by Future Group. After he took office, he did demonstrate his own professional ability. He built the newly formed company of just 6 months old into a properly run organization. After Jiang Chen returned from City M, the first thing he did was to set up a meeting with the CEO of Xian Ocean Agriculture. Although the company accounted for a very small proportion of the revenues of the Future Group subsidiaries, he had always regarded agriculture as a key project. Agriculture had a direct bearing on the cost of living for the people of Xian and indirectly relates to the stability of the country under his control. At this moment, Jiang Chen was listening to Matthew Greya's report on the recent work of Xian Ocean Agriculture in his office. The total area of 400,000 acres of seabed planting area of Xian Ocean Agriculture has been fully developed. The total revenue for the first quarter is estimated at $43.7 million, accounting for 56% and 37% of the market share of Penglai City and Xian farmers' markets respectively. According to the Market Research Department, there is a large gap in the market for crops such as soybeans, tea, coffee and cocoa beans in Xian. In the next quarter, we plan to grow cash crops and add 500,000 acres of arable land. After listening to Matthew Greya's report, Jiang Chen nodded and said, "It is no problem to add 500,000 acres of arable land, but I have different views on growing cash crops." Although his plan was questioned by the president, Matthew Greya did not show any discouragement. When he was the CEO of Sunrice, the thing he did most every day was to persuade the shareholders who did not understand market conditions and get them to nod. Future Group had a single shareholder and Jiang Chen represented the entire board of directors. So persuading one person was a lot easier than convincing a group of people, so he patiently explained. Growing cash crops is definitely in line with the current market demands of Xian. And the company's technical department has confirmed that it is technically feasible to grow cash crops on the seabed. If you still have doubts about this plan, I can provide you with a global and domestic market research report and industry analysis documents. You misunderstood me, Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. I'm not saying there is anything wrong with planting cash crops. It's that the cash crops are completely unnecessary to grow on the sea floor. I have 15 million acres of land in Country F. Future Bank already distributed the land to Xian Ocean Agriculture in the form of trusteeship assets, and procedures will be completed in about 3 days. 15 million acres. Jiang Chen's understatement caused a massive storm in Matthew's head. Others may not understand it, but as the CEO of the former Australian rice monopoly, he was well aware of the area of arable land in Southeast Asian countries. The 15 million acres of plantations, equivalent to 10,000 square kilometers, was almost 1/10 of the total arable land of Country F. When did Future Group's relationship with Country F become so close? Would the Country F government allow foreign companies to control such a huge amount of arable land? It was not after a while did Matthew recollect his thought and hid away his surprised expression. I'm sorry, got caught up thinking. It's okay. Jiang Chen smiled and handed the plan on the table back to him. I understand your surprise, but this is the case. The seabed farm area of Xian Ocean Agriculture is still for food crop. Cash crop can be grown in overseas plantations. We have already negotiated with the Moro government to build an industrial park based on food processing. Future Biology and Xinglong Food Processing are currently establishing food processing plants on MLL Island. Jiang Chen paused for a moment and looked at Matthew with a smile. His fingers drew a triangle on the desk. Country F produces the raw materials and Moro processes the raw materials to finally serve Xian's market. We also plan to sell our products from Penglai City to the global market. I hope that the cash crops grown by Xian Ocean Agriculture are not just soybeans, tea, and coffee and cocoa beans. You must get involved with coconuts, rubber, and all other crops that Future Group can use. The priority is to meet the needs of the group, and the extras will be exported. A monopoly. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Matthew gulped and squeezed out a rather retro vocabulary. The reason why it is retro is that in the modern society, this kind of monopoly of profiteering has almost disappeared. Even powerful consortia such as Morgan and Goldman Sachs do not dare to flagrantly monopolize an industry. From the production of raw materials, to processing, to sales, and to the final distribution of profits, all are completed by one group. The highly integrated management structure would make each production link become a screw in the entire industry chain, and it is all controlled by the same company. The benefit is that the company's production costs will be extremely low. Lower to the point where other companies simply cannot compete. To give a very simple example. Coca-Cola's cost of producing a bottle of Coke was only about 70 to 80 cents, but if all the raw materials used for cans and aluminum were produced by Coca-Cola's subsidiary, the cost would likely be reduced by half. Of course, no one knew how much the costs was reduced by, and Coca-Cola would absolutely not do so. Rockefeller first established the first monopoly, monopolizing 95% of the refining capacity, 90% of the oil transportation capacity, 25% of the crude oil production. The result was the oil empire he built was tragically broken apart in the hands of Roosevelt and turned into 34 small mobiles. Yeah. Jiang Chen nodded and smiled bluntly. You can understand the nature of Future Group as a new type of monopoly. But there is certainly still a difference. From the outset, Future Group has grasped the army as a key institution, and forcibly established a living space for monopolies through the control of sovereign states. In other places, in China, or UA, Future Group would not be able to gain the soil for development. Sooner or later, it will have to touch the bottom line of the state's tolerance on monopoly. So far, Jiang Chen was most satisfied with two decisions he made. One was that he chose Xia Shiyu as the CEO without caring about personal grudges, and the second was moving Future Group to Xian. Got it. I'll have to revise the plan. Tomorrow, no, the day after tomorrow, I'll send the new one to your desk. Tomorrow I'll have to meeting with XIN Ocean Agriculture executives. If we have 15 million acres in Country F, then we have to go back to the drawing board. Matthew shrugged, but the exhilarating smile on his lips could not be hidden. Go ahead, don't waste time here, Jiang Chen replied. After Matthew left, Jiang Chen leaned in the chair and called the office assistant. He asked her to make a cup of coffee. After that, he took a moment to think about the next direction of the development of the group. The coffee cup was gently placed on Jiang Chen's desk. The female assistant peeked at the eyes of the president with eyes closed. Her daily routine consisted of making coffee, occasionally assisting other assistants in organizing documents and issuing detailed information such as letters of introduction. Logically speaking, due to the nature of her work, she would spend a lot of time with Jiang Chen. However, on the contrary, Mr. President skipped work every few days, and sometimes went on business for 1 or 2 months, so she seldom saw him. To be honest, she thought about fantasies with Jiang Chen. Only Jiang Chen did not display any intention at all. After quietly organizing the documents on the table, she quietly left the office and closed the door behind her. The future development direction of the group was a broad topic. In order to counter the threat from 20.5 light-years away, the focus of future group's development was definitely the universe. Even if Earth civilization was doomed to use bows and spears to fight against foreign visitors, guns and cannons, he must at least sharpen the bows and spears. As for the threat from within humanity, maybe it would be better to release some news at the right moment. He was just uncertain if it would be counterproductive or not. While Jiang Chen was about to fall asleep, Jean's holographic image appeared on Jiang Chen's hand and awakened him in an emotionless tone. Mr. President, Dr. Amos wants to see you. Jiang Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up in his chair, yawning. Amos? What is it? According to him, the neural bridging technology seems to have made a breakthrough. Jiang Chen suddenly stood up from the chair. Neural bridging technology? The technology that connects the circuit boards through brainwaves and transplants the soul to the machine. Perhaps the understanding of the word soul was not profound enough. Jean took a second to analyze Jiang Chen's words and then gave a positive answer. Yes. Tell him to wait for me. I'll go now. After saying this, Jiang Chen beamed out of the office to the elevator, pressing the button for the ground floor. As the modern world's first technology developed independently, he must personally witness its birth. Amos was indeed a genius. Even Lin Lin, who always had a bad mouth, wholeheartedly admitted this point. She appraised him as the genius who stood on the shoulders of giants but saw the landscape not seen by the giants. Derived on the basis of neural connection, by adding a brainwave acquisition device to increase the amplitude, it could be remotely connected to the robot's body as if the soul possesses the same body as the robot. At this moment, Jiang Chen was standing in Dr. Amos' laboratory and watching himself sitting in a chair and wearing a helmet. Not through a mirror, but the robot's electronic eyes. How does it feel? Amos watched Jiang Chen with eager eyes, and Jiang Chen suddenly had goosebumps, if the robot had goosebumps. Overall, it's not bad. Looking at his metal hands, Jiang Chen moved his arms and fingers and then moved his legs, intrigued. Almost the same as moving his own body. Although there was a big difference with the human body, in terms of flexibility alone, this mechanical body was no worse than the human limbs. The only flaw was that in the body of a robot, the whole person felt empty as if there was something missing. Oh, and, because there was no tactile feeling, Jiang Chen found out during the test that the robot had poor control over its strength. For example, reaching out and holding a cup, he wouldn't be able to feel how much power he actually used and would accidentally break the cup. When he thought about hopping up, he would end up hitting the ceiling. Later, under the guidance of Dr. Amos, Jiang Chen set a limit on the output power of each joint, which avoided making a fool of himself again. However, if the parameters of every action must be set in advance, it would be a countless amount of trouble. It seems that this driver of mechanical substitutes must be trained for a long time before that driver could skillfully use this mechanical body. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen under Dr. Amos's instructions completed a series of relatively complex actions such as running, weightlifting, boxing, and shooting with a large number of experimental equipment. While Dr. Amos was pleased to collect experimental data, Jiang Chen could not help but ponder. For the application prospect of this mechanical substitute, he first threw about construction of outer space. No need for wearing a spacesuit, directly control the robot through the neural bridging technology and remote control the robot into space to complete dangerous and complex work. Although the cost of robots would be much higher than that of spacesuits, it would be much safer and more efficient. The cost-effectiveness of using these robots in outer space would still be quite high. Objects moving in the universe have high relative movement speeds that are hard to imagine. Even if a piece of sesame-sized meteorite debris slashed on the space suit at a relative speed of several hundred Mach, the accident caused would be extremely severe. Only because human activity in space was still not very frequent today, this issue has not been exposed. The solution at the apocalypse was to increase the strength of spacesuits so that typical meteorite fragments didn't feel like anything on the body. After all, the chance of encountering meteorite debris at few hundred Mach was not much higher than winning a lottery ticket. It would simply be unlucky if that did happen. However, it was undeniable that the use of neural bridging technology through a remote connection method was indeed feasible. The robot controlled by the human brain, by using AI instead of sending people to outer space to perform dangerous and complex work that could not be completed, would do wonders. Another point was supply. Until the space elevator is completed, the cost of sending an astronaut to the sky was not a small figure. A person needs to eat and drink, and can't live for too long in a gravity-free environment. The person must be changed every 3 months. Therefore, the more people in outer space, the greater amount of resources demanded from celestial trade. Currently, without the space elevator, these people relied on rockets and landing capsules to go back and forth. Affected by this, the number of astronauts who constructed the space elevator in outer space was very limited. Although intelligent engineering equipment assistance existed, many tasks still could not be done without humans. The progress of the project was slow. However, if this thing could be used in outer space construction, the situation would be completely different. These robots could stay for as long as they wished in outer space. With only a solar charger, there would be no need for supplying missions. Jiang Chen took off his helmet and he fixed his eyes on Amos, who was processing the data, and immediately asked, "How long until you can have a finished product?" "This is already a finished product, although it is only a first-generation product." Amos picked up the robot and put it back on the stand next to the lab, and then patted its head with a smile. Continued working hours can be as long as 24 hours. Although there are many flaws, but there will be no problems using it. What is the cost of this robot? Speaking of cost, Amos embarrassedly rubbed his messy hair. Ahem. After all, it is a first-generation product, and it is purely handmade. Well, if you don't consider the research and development costs, probably about $5 million. Jiang Chen silently made a note in his heart. It would certainly not be possible to throw bare robots directly into space. In order to adapt to a specific working environment, specialized modifications would also be required. In so doing, a neural bridge robot that can build in space should be around 10 to 20 million USD. A possibility. After making up his mind, Jiang Chen said immediately, "Designing a machine that can be used in space. What's the name of this machine?" X1 robot. Amos added. "Aha, I hope you can design an XA1 robot that can be used in space. Is there a way to do it?" Jiang Chen looked at Amos and said seriously. "It's not difficult in theory, but what about communication in space?" Amos asked. Upon hearing this question, Jiang Chen began to laugh. "Huh, my friend, you forgot. We have quantum satellites. Amos slapped his head and suddenly caught on. I almost forgot. How long have you been inside? You should be able to go on the internet. Jiang Chen mocked. For some time now, Amos smiled awkwardly and said with a timid voice, going on the internet. The group's database has more resources than the National Library. There is no need to go on the internet. He was the kind of person that once he touches the experimental equipment, he would be in his own world. But it was precisely because of his dedication to scientific research that he finally saw the landscape not seen by the giants.